Whoop, Kiara, no.
KO.
Yo. Oh my god. And my cat's already trying to cause problems. Isn't that right, kitty cat? Okay, so... apparently it's going. Let me see it. Let me go ahead, share my screen here. Get rid of some of the unnecessary windows. Hide that. Let's see here.
You know, Mufasa made me think of one thing recently.
What's that?
This wonderful quote. How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all your favorite franchises go up in flames? Feels great.
That was great.
Oh dear.
Mufasa the Lion King is the death of Western culture. I will stand by that. It's not actually, but still, it's just shit. It's really shit.
Absolutely stand by it.
I don't entirely stand by it. It was an inflammatory title just to make people angry, because, like, you know, I like money.
And you certainly succeeded. And then I decided to add gasoline to the fire by mentioning, and that is why opening weekend, at least domestically, Sonic 3 completely bodied Mufasa.
Right.
Like that.
And that's the thing. People love to say, like, oh, the international box office. It's like, no. That's a complete non sequitur. The international box office, if we're discussing the death of Western culture, then bringing up the international box office is fucking irrelevant.
And even then, box office numbers do not inherently dictate quality.
Truth, Zootopia grossed $1.3 billion.
Last Jedi also grossed $1.3 billion.
And that movie makes me want to die.
You and your friends should probably do a video on it.
Oh, God. So, you know my friend Sheev Talks, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to be covering... So he's right now just doing videos on the Star Wars prequels. He's going to wrap up everything. He's going to do his final video on the prequels with Revenge of the Sith to celebrate its 20th anniversary this May. Then he's going to try and hit the 10-year anniversary of The Force Awakens in December. And that's going to begin his little series on the Star Wars sequel trilogy. And just how fucking terrible each of those films are. Because here's his hot take. The Last Jedi is the best of the sequels, with a generous 2 out of 10 at best.
Wow.
I hear people say that a lot.
Basically, his argument is, it's a bad movie.
Try something new?
It's a very, very bad movie. Yeah, but at the very least, the intention on some level was to actually tell a story, even if it's complete shit. So it does deserve a little bit of praise for that, compared to The Force Awakens, which genuinely did not want to tell a story, and then the Rise of Skywalker, which was... What do we even call that?
I don't know, man.
The time when you didn't do your homework till the 11th hour?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I won't cover Star Wars on my channel unless it's like me using it as like an example or reference or whatever for some point I'm trying to make. Just because I have no interest in dealing with Star Wars fans. I've already done my time with that. I had a spat with Star Wars Theory, the biggest fucking Star Wars YouTuber in the world. That was not fun. So, I don't know.
Though on some level, I do feel bad for the guy because he wanted to do a full Vader fan film and then got fucked over by Disney.
No, actually, I looked into it. It wasn't that he got fucked over by Disney. It was Warner Chappell who owned the license, at the time owned the license for the music for the original trilogy. And it was a claim from them. And he tried to spin the narrative as... So basically what he tried to do was, legally speaking, he couldn't make any money off this fan film, right? It'd be a total breach of copyright. That being said, he did make 118 videos on this fan film, all of which are monetized. And then, furthermore, this, air quotes, controversy that happened where Warner Chappell copyright claimed the music in the film, which then he tried to spin as Disney doing it. Then that trickled into more attention towards his channel. And then it got even crazier when he decided to make the implication that, you know, Lucasfilm personally stepped in to remove the copyright claim that Disney put on. But nope, that's just not what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, he's kind of a scumbag. And funny enough, I actually know one of his former Discord moderators. And according to him, yep, that's just the kind of shit he'd pull every other day. He's just kind of a manipulator.
God damn.
Yeah, his ex-wife also has a YouTube channel too. And she covers like Disney stuff, so I watch her stuff. They're pretty charming, fun videos. And apparently he was manipulative to her as well, and he's just a general piece of shit.
There's always more information, isn't there?
Oh yeah. Just like with me, there's so many skeletons in my closet, but I also lit my closet on fire so nobody can see them.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Kiara, are you gonna lay down and be a good girl?
I caused untold suffering in the Balkan states.
Eek! What is that dark ooze? It sure don't look friendly.
I still hear their screams.
The sage yaps on about the precursors that built this place all the time. Where did they go? Why did they build this crud? Now I like
Of course, you didn't steal any artifacts that may have any undead pirates coming after you, did you?
How did you do that?
No. I am one of the undead pirates.
We're in trouble!
Actually, when I was at Disneyland, I wore the Aztec gold medallion necklace. And Jack Sparrow pointed out, oh, you gotta be careful with that. You're gonna be hungry for a very long time if you wear that.
I told you we shouldn't have come
Where
here.
did you get that?
The sea has been
should've
endorsed
said
by
that.
Jack Sparrow. Now if only he could be endorsed by Gore Verbinski.
I will track him down. Honestly, I'm like a few degrees off from having his contact information, so I will figure it out someday. I need Gore Verbinski and like, controversy aside, Johnny Depp endorsing my channel would also be pretty cool. Yeah, because like, it's Jack Sparrow. You know, I guarantee I get a lot of hate and love thrown my way, which, at this point, what the fuck else is new?
Look, old man, are you gonna keep yapping? Or are you gonna help
It
me
is
out
what
this
it
mess?
is.
Oh,
I'm gonna keep
yeah. At least it's not my villains video. That was... Jesus.
I couldn't help you if I wanted to.
It's so funny. The Lion Queen posted on my server a video by Westside Tyler, and I just dropped the ultimate truth bomb of, oh yeah, remember what I told you guys that somebody made a shitty response to my video? That's the guy who did it.
Yep.
To the north.
And then I did post, not necessarily the link, but basically showing off that one dork who decided to debunk my rant on Nostalgia Critic's Rango video.
I find that whole thing fascinating. Like, I don't know how that fucking shitwit didn't find my Nostalgia Critic videos and try and go after me, because in those, I think I was much meaner than you were. Like, you were like, you know, making salient arguments, and then there's me who's just like, you fucking lying cunt.
Like as low-hanging fruit as it is, I will bet you anything that he finds me an easier target because I'm a woman.
True. What if I drop the ultimate truth bomb to make it easier for him to go after me? I'm black. I dare him to say something about it. I fucking dare him.
Well, we've got the brave adventurer at least.
One of these days, I'm either gonna just respond to that video directly or just dunk on it in live stream.
You better go through the warp gate and get
I think the live stream one would be fun, but I think the funniest way to do it is just like drop in the comments, just be like, yo, excellent video, I'm subscribed to your channel now, bro, I love you.
Before I turn you both.
That's pretty much what I did to Westside Tyler. Like, I have a mutual friend with him, right? So that he gives me his Discord username, and then I add him as a friend, and then I'm just like going through him like, hey, what exactly my video did you take issue with? And he's just like, watch the video, bro. And I just like, okay. So I combed through, and then every minute I'd pause it and then write him a paragraph about how none of what he's saying makes any fucking sense. And it just got to a point where he was kind of just like, look, I'll let you on my podcast if you want. Like, you're welcome to join. I was like, I'm busy as fuck. I'm flying to Florida tomorrow, so like, no, I can't. But like, anyways, TLDR. I was like, you know what? You're a chill enough guy. Your takes are fucking stupid, but you're nice and you got a funny sort of vibe. So I'll subscribe to your channel, just to be nice.
Yeah. Then again,
I do the same thing too. So
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be near as charitable with Alex, considering that one of his videos, he decided to talk about that one chicken farm from BoJack Horseman, and this is an allegory for Nazis. I would 100% be on PETA's side in this universe, and I'm just sitting here like, what is your fucking problem, bro? Like, that is not the comparison he thinks that it is.
What's crazy? Aside from the obvious insanity of comparing Jewish people to chickens, for one, what the fuck? The other thing, too, is motive. The Nazis didn't do what they did because they were hungry. It's the same issue I have with people trying to say Zootopia is a decent allegory for any form of bigotry. It's like, no.
Yeah,
At no point were the Nazis eating Jewish people. They never needed Jewish people to sustain themselves.
Exactly.
They were a bunch of racists who wanted to kill them for no other reason other than they're just different than us.
Right.
Goofy ass motherfucker.
Oh, not to mention that real-life PETA actually did one of the most offensive anti-meat campaigns called The Holocaust on Your Plate. It's just... ugh!
Everything to do with PETA just makes me sick. They're a bunch of fucking lunatics.
Yeah, not to mention a bunch of hypocrites.
Oh, yeah.
Because any animal that finds himself in their custody, they're done. They're already done. Like, as soon as a PETA member spots them, they might as well already start praying to God for mercy.
Yep. It's crazy. I think PETA should be listed as a fucking terrorist organization at this point, but, whatever.
Well, if the government won't officially do that, then the internet certainly will.
True. I mean, the government's doing a lot of crazy things right now. Avoiding political discussion at all costs.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Isn't that their job?
But yeah, I wish people would not use animals or any natural systems of predation or anything like that in an allegory for real world tragedies. That's just a complete just non-starter of an allegory. because there is nothing in nature that equates to any societal issues humans have artificially created for ourselves. Because that's the difference, isn't it? You know, like at no point did black people ever fucking hunt, kill, and eat white people. Ergo, the entire premise of Zootopia's form of bigotry does not work because there was no people just never ate each other. That's just not a thing.
Right.
So, and what gets double funny too is when people are saying, "Well, it's not 1-to-1, so yada yada yada." But there's a bit of an issue. Even if it's not 1-to-1, these are still films that are designed in large part to make children think, okay, well, what lessons from this can I apply to the real world? And the lesson kids will be pulling away from Zootopia is, just because we're different doesn't mean we're not equal. But inherently, that's wrong. People aren't different. Race is not real. Gender is a social construct. Just disabilities do not matter because we all have some form of disability. Like, there's no way to take societal bigotries and apply the. It just doesn't work. We're all one species. For fuck's sake, we're one species. All other human species have gone extinct.
With Blue Eco, you can breathe energy into all
Like my boy, the Homo erectus.
stayed dormant for years.
What a fucking movie. I can't wait for Zootopia too. I'm going to be watching that with all my coworkers. We're going to see it opening night. It's going to be brutal.
Which one?
Zootopia 2.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, we're seeing it opening night. And let's just say, if it's bad,
You can jump once.
expect another video
To reach even higher ledges.
with better mic quality.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I doubt it
that's
was-
just.
Yeah. And then the
I doubt it would really fix a lot of the bigger world building issues.
I think it's just going to introduce more issues.
Yep.
At best, they would probably be the same as the first. At worst, they would just.
Probably.
At worst, they would just try and make more allegories that don't make sense,
Yeah.
and possibly be damaging
Good training.
or offensive.
Look, all I got to say is this, all right?
Compared to the challenges that lie ahead.
Making a movie that's apparently supposed to tackle different cultures in the Zootopia world outside of the Zootopia city, and having the rumored story to be about immigration, and to portray a reptile with the voice of an Asian man, Ki Hoi Kwan. Nope. Do not compare Asian people to snakes, please. Do not. That's just nope. No. Bad idea. Very bad idea.
No.
Very bad.
Get out of here!
And then people will obviously use the excuse of, oh, well, it did well in Asia, so who gives a shit? It's just like, I give a shit. I'm making the video. What the fuck do you want from me? They always do that. It's like, who cares? Like, clearly I do.
Yeah, the When Critics Suck video is... It's gonna be fun.
Hey, baby. What do you
Oh,
say
it's gonna
you
be
and I go
beautiful.
cruising on this A-grade
The entire premise
Rule
of,
number one.
well, who cares, is just such a stupid one, because it's like,
you don't know what you're missing.
well, for clearly there's people on this earth that do, but even if they didn't,
Listen,
even if they
you
didn't,
need something to keep you
let's
busy.
just pretend for
My
a second
father
climate
always
change
talked
just
about
didn't
an ancient
exist.
precursor
Like, it
pipeline
just,
hidden
or sorry,
deep
no, it
underground.
did exist,
Some of
but
these
people
pipes
just didn't
end
care.
events from
Let's
which
pretend
eco
people just didn't give a
flows
shit.
free, and some have been capped
That doesn't
off so
mean
they
it's
can
not
keep us
happening.
back. There must
You know,
be a way
like,
to turn the captive
Other issues too. I mean, anything to do with the amount of pollutants in the air and microplastics in the water. It doesn't matter if people care or not. They're still there.
Yeah.
Black holes in space, asteroids flying around our solar system. Well, they're still there. There's still things that could potentially cause issues. I mean, probably not black holes, but asteroids could potentially pose an issue. I mean, this shit happens, you know? And it's, instead of saying, well, who cares? It's like, maybe we should care, because they're a bit of a problem.
Yep, and then there's me with all my geology stuff. I can talk ad nauseum about plate tectonics and, you know, the supposed plate graveyard theory. There was there was another.
Did you see the size of the bite that lurker shot?
There was another
took out
geologist
the
that
fisherman's
was
boat?
brought out when I went
We
up for
best
that
stay
gig in
way clear of
Alaska,
that.
summer
I don't
of
think we can tackle a
2021.
creature that dag
It was a
nasty.
gold mining operation, and he actually told me that he actually got to see some tomographic imaging. So basically, just imaging deep within the mantle. That one of these.
Cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
one
It
of
looks
these
like scout flies are
one of
always in
these
red
pieces
boxes.
of plate that's been broken off from the main thing. Yeah, that gives a lot more credence, and not only that, he actually saw that piece of plate get near the mantle core boundary and actually make contact and bend as it hit the boundary.
Damn.
What a weird-looking thing! I bet we can get this open if you power up
That's
with that
wild.
zappy blue eco stuff.
Geology is
Yeah,
so
geology's cool. It's just not my area of expertise in terms of science.
right.
I'm
And of
weird.
course, everyone just says, "Man, what? Who cares about a whole bunch of rocks?" Excuse me, I care about a whole bunch of rocks. Rocks and volcanoes are cool. Damn it.
Rocks are awesome because you can bash someone over the head with them.
Yep. And of course,
I know some things about
And of course, you can.
geology.
Yeah, you can take a look at different kinds of rocks, and you can make inferences of, yep, the type of volcanism in this area is quite explosive.
I like explosive stuff.
I know some things about geology, but I know more about astronomy.
I know a decent amount about astronomy, but my weird thing is just quantum theory. Yeah, I'm that kind of nerd.
Yep. Let's see. One potential, I guess, area when it comes to
Wow!
criticism
Check out that funky
is
sculpture
that
sitting out of rocks over there.
at least when it comes to the "it's my opinion" excuse. I've noticed lately that this seems to be a double-edged sword. You know, people defending. Well, of course, people will defend bad takes with, "But that's just my opinion." And of course, it still doesn't erase the fact that it's still a bad take if it's unfounded. And then there are people who have really good takes, but they have to defend themselves with, "It's just my opinion," to keep people from essentially stuffing them in a locker for pointing out that a thing that people like is
We
bad.
scrounged enough orbs to trade
I think
for
both of those
a
are
full
weird because, like,
Let's get back and make the
if
switch
somebody
already.
uses "it's just my opinion" to say something or defend something or anything along those lines, then it logically stands to reason that if you're allowed to express your opinion, it tracks that anyone else should be allowed to express their opinion too. And their opinion does not have to necessarily jive with yours. Hell, someone's opinion could just be that someone else's opinion is wrong. And as long as they provide the receipts, I mean, you don't really have much you can do against that. Like, people when it comes to film, it's weird how they do this with film, but they don't really do this as much with other things. I've noticed specifically, people with film will say something stupid, like this film is good or bad on the basis of XYZ personal, entirely subjective thing. And then their defense will be, "Well, it's just my opinion." Someone will challenge that opinion and say, "That's just objectively incorrect. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't logically track." And then they'll say, "Well, it's just my opinion. Respect my opinion." But that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you can't just do that. So if I were to equate this to something a bit more heavy, to avoid making this explicitly political, I'm not going to like mention any names.
Right.
But in the case of something like immigration, people will say something along the lines of, "Oh, there's too many immigrants, they're taking all our jobs, yada yada." And then you could point to, that's just factually incorrect. You prove the receipts and you say, "Well, that doesn't make any sense." More often than not, people will just duck out of a conversation before saying, "It's just my opinion," because at that point it just makes them look like an idiot. But for whatever reason with film, it's so much more acceptable for people to just completely give up on the concept of just conceding, which is really odd. You'd think for something like, something more political or something which with a lot more weight in the real world would be the one where it would be harder for people to concede naturally because it's just so much bigger. It actually affects people. But then with film is the thing people draw the fucking line at.
And of course, the general rule of thumb that I go with, if a story wants to tackle any pressing issues as they were, my general rule of thumb is either you bring your A game or you leave it the fuck alone.
Yep. Yeah, because that's one of those moments where if they don't handle it well, then they actually run the risk of causing real-world damage. And while it wouldn't necessarily be a fault of the media in an objective sense in terms of its quality, that would still be woefully fucking irresponsible as shit and would make the artist look like an absolute piece of trash.
Mm-hmm.
Cough, cough, Zootopia writers.
Or how about this? The way house elves were handled in Harry Potter.
I don't know anything about Harry Potter, weirdly enough.
I am so thankful the movie's dropped. well, let me give you
the... Oh, wait, that's the show where they had, they were slaves, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only character who really gave a shit about it was Hermione. But nobody, not even the house elves themselves, were really, supportive of her.
Oh, that's fucked.
Like one house elf in particular, Winky, who wasn't in the movies at all, she treated being let go as the worst thing ever, and she started drinking heavily.
Let's go talk to him.
J.K. Rowling is such a mentally stable person.
Oh, well done, my boy. You actually got those flea
The thing is,
now I can sleep in peace. Take this.
Fandom likes to pretend these books were the pinnacle of children's literature, and if you say anything bad about them, you're just a stick in the mud.
Yeah, the Harry Potter fandom is odd, and I find it weird too how many hardcore adult fans there are of Harry Potter still. Where it's you're an adult, you should know better and be able to understand what these films and books are saying, right? They're not advocating for good things, and they're saying stupid things, and the writer's a piece of shit, and all this stuff where it's just did you really not think about this critically?
There's some days where I think, you know what, I really want to pick the brains of these people and try and figure out, exactly what was going through those neurons, but other days, I think about it and it's I'd probably need therapy just for that.
At the top of the cliff, and I
Fair.
can't get to it. If you could climb up there and push it off, I've piled some hay down at the base.
And honestly,
safely. Do an old lady a favor.
I feel like the movies kind of just had to do a lot of heavy lifting. Because some of the stuff they changed or just entirely left out. And people are just disappointed with that because they're like, no, you can't leave anything out.
I'm sorry, that's just a ridiculous standard to have with any piece of media that's being adapted to screen, because books and movies are not the same thing. You're gonna have to change things.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because didn't you say that in books you could go on for pages and pages of dialogue to get stuff established about the characters, but
even just their thoughts.
Yeah, like internal conflicts. Oh, I'm sorry, as Doug Walker calls it, exposition.
Oh, exposition. I do have a video planned at some point explaining why exposition is not a bad thing, and in fact is fucking prerequisite, and you cannot tell a lot of stories without some level of exposition.
Yeah.
Dumbass Doug. It's shit like that pisses me. It's him, it's Cinema Sins, it's fucking people like that just drive me up the wall and are just exposition. Yeah, what the fuck do you think this story was gonna do? We need context for the story to make sense.
Yeah,
what are you complaining about?
Yeah, and not every story can get away with an in media res beginning, so...
Maybe we should go
Like,
the fishermen.
just need context. If we didn't have context, the story would be a lot worse. Like, I remember Doug pointing out, like, exposition in Curse of the Black Pearl, and it's like, how in the fuck do you think you could tell that story without having some level of exposition? Genuinely, tell me how, Doug. How does that make any sense?
Exactly.
Fucking undead skeleton pirate dudes. Like, yeah, you can't tell that through visual means. No, you have to actually have characters explain it.
Yeah, or take, for example, you know, I'm currently playing this game right now. Imagine if Jak and Daxter just immediately dropped you into the starting level without setting up the adventure, you know, explaining, okay, who's this kid? What's that rabbit orange rat on his shoulder? What are we looking for? Why is this important?
Right, without some level of exposition, you don't get proper characterization for a lot of people, especially your characters that you're introduced to later on in the story. Going back to Curse of the Black Pearl, just since that's an example that I know too well, because I have autism. But with Curse of the Black Pearl, you don't really need all that much exposition for Will and Elizabeth's existence. We openly see them as children, and then jump cut to 8 years later, right? There's a little bit of exposition later when Will's just sort of explaining his life to Jack, but that's more so to goad an answer out of Jack when they're on the Interceptor sailing towards Tortuga, when he's trying to get an answer like, okay, you knew my father, right? Don't bullshit me, dude. But in the case of Jack is introduced later than those characters, and a large part of his character is that he is a much wiser, older character than them, who has done all this crazy shit, and he has a connection to the villain. Okay, you're gonna need exposition then. You're just gonna need it.
Oh yeah. Heck, even when this feeds into sequels, like, okay, this is gonna be kind of a weak example because video games are video games. Sometimes you can start out with playing the first game, others just wanna hop right in at any given installment, but when you have context from previous installments, then, okay, the story is flowing a little bit better. Like, let's see here. The Sly Cooper games, the Ratchet and Clank games, Jak and Daxter. These games all have some sort of context establishing, you know, a beginning, middle, and end with, you know, chapters that all correlate into the same story.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this before, too. I think complaints about exposition sort of fall into a similar camp to just broader canon that I've seen people make. This is a prevalent thing in the Star Wars fandom. You'll bring up a criticism of the canon of this universe no longer making sense because of some element that has been introduced in a story that comes at odds with the established information about this world we know.
Yeah.
And Star Wars fans will just say, well, canon is just a bunch of nerd stuff. Why would you look at that nerd stuff on Wikipedia? To which my response would be, canon isn't just nerd stuff, it's the literal previous pages in a book.
Exactly.
It's part of the story regardless of whether wanted or not. It is information that is integral to this universe. No matter how seemingly superfluous, no matter how seemingly small, it is still part of that universe. And regardless of whether or not you as the, you know, oh so holier than thou, the media critic like Doug Walker or any of these fucking chuck-a-fuck Gen Xers, you still have to acknowledge that it's part of that story, and it is intellectually dishonest to just reject accepting that as part of the story. If you're going to discuss or criticize any piece of media, you're going to have to take into account every element of it. You can't just pick and choose what you cover, and that's one of my issues with Doug. He will deliberately edit context from movies, remove this or that from his editing process and stuff, and that drives me up the wall. Like, you still need to cover that stuff, dude. That's still part of the fucking film.
Yeah, and then people will keep excusing it with, calm down, he's just an entertainer, that's just his opinion. Get fucked.
He's just an entertainer, sure. He still has a voice, and a voice that's much larger than a lot of us. And by that virtue alone, he has a societal responsibility to make sure that the information he's presenting is accurate. It is no different than if he's an entertainer or a political commentator or an actual media critic or the fucking... It doesn't matter who he is, basically. If you have a voice, you have a responsibility to use that voice well. So if you're going to be someone who calls yourself a critic, doesn't matter if you're a comedic person or not, you are still seen by people as a respected voice in a field by virtue of being grandfathered in for doing this for God knows how many fucking years you've been contracted into it. That's why, even though, in terms of like comedy and stuff on my channel, I dabble a little bit, but I make sure that at least what I'm saying is trying to be as objective as possible.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to blast Doug Walker and stuff, I'm going to, make jokes here and there, but I'm also going to make sure that I'm being earnest with what I'm saying. And you can't just use comedy as a catch-all defense for this shit and say, oh, yeah, well, he's just making a joke. Well, how are you able to determine whether or not that's a joke or if he's saying it in earnest? Because half the time people say things are jokes, and I'm like, I can't tell if it's a joke or not.
Yeah.
And if I can't tell, God knows who else can't tell.
Yeah, and that's the thing, just in general with jokes, at least set them up or make it blatantly obvious. Hey, it's just a funny. Calm down.
Right. Yeah, if he just made a joke that was so obviously a joke too, like in my Nostalgia Critic Curse of the Black Pearl video, I had a joke where Elizabeth tosses the dress to Barbosa and he says, still warm. And then Doug said, it's purple. And I said, yeah, black and purple go great together. And I had a picture of femboy Ben Shapiro wearing a black and purple skirt. That's clearly a joke. Like, that is very, very clearly a joke. And if somebody took that seriously, I fear for them.
But then again, black and purple do look great together.
Exactly, especially on femboy Ben Shapiro. I just wish people who are going to defend Doug Walker defended him better, because I think there are ways. I'll make the case. There are ways to make defenses of somebody like Doug Walker. And have it not be absolutely fucking terrible. That is a possible thing. It's just too bad that none of his fans are able to do that.
Right.
Nope.
Or, worst case scenario, they just do it. They just decide to, do these rebuttal videos because that's a much easier target than trying to come to grips with, maybe this person might be wrong.
Yeah, and also, too, it's also sort of the ego side of it. I'm not going to deny, when I made my Doug Walker videos, it was absolutely to get views, because I am a fucking whore for views. But, like, it's still, like, I'm still doing it and trying my best, even if it is for views and, of course, money as well. But then there are some people out there who, for whatever reason, try and do it as well, and they'll claim they're being completely altruistic with it. Nope, there's no one out there who does a response video without some element of wanting something out of it. Nobody makes videos for completely altruistic purposes. Don't try and fucking fool me.
Fair.
I mean, fuck, we can even go into like the chemical reasons for people uploading videos. Nobody uploads videos for the purposes of uploading videos. Absolutely everybody uploads it because they do like to see the view count go up. It is like dopamine incarnate.
Yep. And then, looking back, I did hypothesize, and then you explained later that, the reason why you decided to archive those videos, I thought it was because, that was going to be your main source of traffic, and you thought, okay, it was great, but it wasn't that great. And, also
a mix of a bunch of reasons.
Yeah, also to drive views toward the other content that's just as, if not even more immaculate.
Yeah, and as well too, just as like if I'm going to be doing interviews with people like Jim Burkett and have a bit more of a respected voice on the internet, I would like for my content to be seen more as informative rather than something that at first might seem like a genuine attack on his character. As much as Doug Walker sucks as an actual person, and that cannot be denied. Still though, I don't know, just I'm trying to be nice to people.
Fair enough. And then at least on my end, I kind of have a responsibility to start speaking up and at least posting, you know, awareness stuff once all the information's come to light. Hey, this person that used to hang out in spaces with me, they're really not that cool, so be advised.
Yikes. Oh, I've had that before. I've said it before for pedophiles on my Discord server once. Or not at once, but at individual times. Yeah, there was one guy, actually, the first one was not on my Discord server. My server was partially created to get away from him. And also a lot of other people too. But the second one was on my server. The third one didn't start on my server, but migrated onto mine and became an issue on mine. The fourth one was one of my good friends, actually, and that was really insufferable.
Oh, that's pain.
The first one was somebody who defended cuties, so
Ew.
Oh my god.
The second one was insane. Like, he joined my Discord server, was discussing how he's making a sci-fi indie comic, and I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. And he invited a bunch of people on my Discord server to his Discord server, and it was very quiet. There was one channel on there, and he would randomly start posting the time in his area. I was like, okay, this guy is very clearly neurodivergent in some way. And it got really weird when he started listing off his inspirations, and one of them was the KKK, and I was like, hold on a second.
What?
And then he started going on about, like, you know, some of his inspirations and stuff he's interested in, and he one of his things he likes he was listing as one of the things he likes and he wants to include in his story is, you know, cute kids. And I'm just like, oh, that's a little weird.
No. Abort.
One of my friends used an alt account, asked him in private, what do you mean by cute kids? And he was just like, well, like good-looking kids. And he was just like, do you mean like in a romantic or sexual sense? And he's like, I guess so. And immediately we're just like, okay, that's fucked up. So then we did investigations into this guy. We found out so much information, we were fucking horrified. No criminal record, which was shocking because he actually did have an insanely what's the fucking word? Prolific.
Oh,
he had an insanely prolific backstory of just scamming everyone on like DeviantArt for free art for his comic and stuff, and it was all very hyper-sexualized shit. It just got really creepy, so I just pulled the plug on the whole thing. I was like, you know what, no, I'm banning this guy and I never want to fucking hear about him again. The third one was somebody on my friend's Star Wars Discord, back when my friend still covered Star Wars. Now his Discord server is a place where he makes jokes about Elon Musk and World War III. He's fucking hilarious. He's just like me. He wants to see the world burn. Yeah, so that guy that was on my friend's server was just really weird. Again, another neurodivergent guy, whatever. We accept all the homies, you know. We're all autistic here, you know. We're all chill.
Yep.
It's Discord, for fuck's sake, you know. It's like, it attracts us. It's fucking catnip for autists, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But,
well, maybe not necessarily catnip, but I guess crack.
Hell yeah. Yeah, like
just corn syrup. That's it.
Exactly, I love that shit. But yeah, so he was a little odd, but whatever. We're all a little weird. But he got really close with someone that's on my, or used to be on my Discord server, who was like 15 at the time. He was a mod on my server. He got really close with this guy and talked to them all the time, and always requested how he wanted to spend time with him. He needed to eventually get to a point where he was saying he wanted to feel comfort talking to him. And immediately, since he had mod powers on my server, I was like, nope, goodbye, banned him from my server. And then I went onto my friend's server, because I also had mod powers on there, and then banned him there. And we basically just banned him on every fucking Star Wars server we could find. Every single one under the sun heard our case. And they all banned this freak. And it's funny because he's still active on Twitter, and sometimes he likes to get in fights with another group of friends I have. And I remember my friend sent me the tweet saying, look at this dumbass speaking out of his ass. And I was like, oh yeah, that guy's a pedophile. And he's just, my friend's just like, wait, what the fuck? And then the fourth one was a friend of mine. She was interesting. She was weirdly apologetic to like January 6th rioters. So it's like, okay, that's a little weird. But not entirely meaning that you're going to be the worst human being ever. and she's older than me. She's, I think, in her mid-30s. No, I think she's like 32 or 33, whatever. This happened a year ago, by the way, as well.
Oh, no.
And she has a son. Her son is like 14, right?
Oh, no.
And then we found out she was sexting with a 16-year-old.
Oh, no.
What the fuck?
Yep. And her excuse was, in her state, the age of consent is 16, and in his country, he's from New Zealand, in his country, the age of consent is also 16. Here's the issue, though. The age of consent does not apply to any online activity. Like, just not at all. So, yeah.
We got a precursor launcher here, but you aren't.
Anywho, she was a fucking maniac. And then it turns out she was just, like, full-blown, like I said before, she was just a little apologetic to January 6th riders. Now she was, like, full-blown Q and all that stuff. But she's just a lovely, lovely person, and I don't at all wish for her to get in a fucking car accident.
And then there's the entire issue with Spaceboy CT, that Elmer Fudd sounding weirdo that won't stop talking about voice actors and I want to work with Brad Boyd and Bibsy Pop. And focusing more on the cosmetic stuff of his projects, if that makes any sense, rather than the actual meat.
Oh yeah, the icing instead of the cake type shit. I hate that. Cart before the horse.
Of the thing.
Yeah.
Now if it was just him being incredibly annoying and, just the immediate apologizing, hoping that it goes away. Because to an extent, he's just now 18. I get it, but of the things that were on my bingo card in that situation, finding out that he would frequently annoy people that he was asking for kink art from. Sharing that art with a 13-year-old was not on that list.
Oh dear fucking lord.
Yeah, and of course, finding out that he's also co-owner of a server run by someone who's okay with Lolicon.
Nope.
Jesus Christ.
I remember when we were having the Wreck-It Ralph watch party, and then one night we were in VC, I was getting kind of annoyed with him. I was just trying to be nice. He's like, he was someone in your server. I didn't want to be rude or anything. Yeah, I didn't like that guy. He was really annoying.
Yeah, he is just super annoying. And of course, being host, gotta be polite to some extent. But this. Oh,
I don't do that on my server. I did that on your server because I want to respect the rules and stuff. On my server, I'm just an asshole to everybody. I've genuinely banned people because it's like, you're annoying me. Goodbye.
Nah, he left the server of his own accord. I stuck him in the timeout chat when the person that he was sharing his kink material with, he came forward and said, hey, this guy's being a complete weirdo, and he's running a server with another weirdo. So I stuck him in timeout until I had, time to deal with it, and he just bounced.
Find where he lives and skin him.
I mean,
just know the state.
I mean, I could get hold of his mother or his grandfather. And,
that is wild. What?
Because those are the people that he lives with, and tell him, hey, do you know that your child is pulling some fuck shit online?
Okay, I'm just curious, how the hell do you have that connection?
I mean, I don't have that information, but...
Fair.
But,
I don't know, I mean,
sometimes
you can easily find people's families if you really look through criminal record registries. It's pretty easy in most states.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And really, in some situations, if you need to get a kid offline because they are genuinely screwing up, yeah, at some point you do have to get the parents involved. Tell them, hey, your kid is doing stuff online that's just really not cool. Can you take care of this, please?
Yeah. How old is this little fucking delinquent?
18.
Ah, okay. So the age where he's able to vote. I am so scared for the future.
Help.
What do you have in the basket?
Yeah, that's gonna be an awareness video, just finding out about that whole hive of scum and villainy. That pretty much clinches it.
Maybe.
Originally, it was gonna be, you know what, I could just block this person, tell them, hey, fuck off, stay out of my spaces, and keep my name out of your mouth, and just turn the other cheek, but after finding out this, yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I would recommend, though, just if you're going to do like a public sort of exposing video or anything like that, or anything to clear the air, is just when that happens, especially from, you know, a creator, people typically will have this like parasocial behavior to it. So in you doing the right thing and just, you know, publicly denouncing them and stuff, they will be a freak and they will probably end up doing something really messed up. Like, who knows what it could be, right? So I just say err on the side of caution. Make sure you have all your receipts ready. If they try to pull any shit, have everything ready to go just to fucking annihilate them publicly.
Then again, I'm not entirely scared of this kid because the second things started heating up, he bounced.
Good.
Mr. Jumbo Laddie.
Like, just freaking crashed out.
I had some little shit a while ago who was trying to accuse me of telling him to throw himself against a wall.
Here comes a big one.
So here's the thing with me, right? I'm a crass douchebag. Everyone knows that about me. But if I'm going to tell someone some messed up thing as a way to insult them, I'm not going to go for something that goddamn simple. It's going to be fun and it's going to be elaborate. So honestly, aside from the fact that's a complete indictment of my character, at the same time too, if you're going to try and fucking slander me, at least be clever. Like, don't downplay how funny my insults are, you fucking asshole. I take pride in that shit. But anyways, yeah, he was trying to do all that shit. And eventually he made this long-ass Twitter thread using a bunch of DMs of me and my friends and yada, 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 a bunch of people trying to smear us all as bad people. And in the DMs, it outright showed everyone saying, dude, you are completely in the wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's so funny. He accidentally exposed himself. And I just replied, case closed, bitch.
Damn! Sometimes the trash just needs to take itself out.
Right. Self-disposing trash. Yeah, he was a little shit. Okay, here's something that's kind of fucked up, but it was really funny. So the person who was trying to, like, you know, talk shit about me, he was bedridden, right? He has disabilities, can't walk or anything like that.
Right.
This is going to sound really fucked up, but I had another friend who was paralyzed from the waist down. So this is coming from one person with disabilities to another. So this is hilarious, though. The jackass who tried to slander me, he was claiming there was a woman at a restaurant who was, trying to flirt with him, apparently. And then my friend who's paralyzed said, how could you be at a restaurant when you can't even eat solid food? That one is just like a 1-2 punch of Jesus Christ, dude. That's so out of pocket, but it's so funny.
Here comes a big one. You did it! You caught 200 pounds of fish. Not bad for
That's a lot of fish.
Here's the power supply.
Oh my god.
And use my boat at the village dock.
I know, it sounds incredibly stupid, but it makes me chuckle.
Yeah, fish are awesome. Yeah,
Fish are very
on the
tasty.
internet. I wish I was a fish too. Honestly, I'd never want to. I hate land.
No school, no work, no pain, no brain, just blub blub.
Depends on the fish. Sometimes fish have school.
Wish I were a cat. No work, no school, just meow meow.
Imagine being.
If I were to be any fish, I'd want to be a great white.
Nice. Sharks are cool.
Sharks are awesome.
Imagine being a koi fish,
Big fish.
just hanging out in a serene little pond. What
Yeah, life would get so boring after a while, though.
That is true too.
At least if you're a great white, you can explore the world's oceans and just, you know, if you see a person being annoying in the water, you can like boop them and scare the fucking piss out of them.
You know what? You're making a very good case to be a great white.
It's just like, oh, your entire species is terrified of my species because of one movie? Okay, time to just boop you to make you fucking have a heart attack in the water.
Have you seen that video clip of like the guy flipping the shark?
Oh yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
I love that. Especially like someone edited to like adding a little clip of like the emoji going, holy moly.
Sharks are fucking big water dogs.
Sharks are very cool.
If I were a shark, I would specifically be the, I gotta look it up, hold on. I would specifically be the blockage from IKEA.
Amazing.
All I want in life is the jungle scrub from IKEA though, and it's a stupid ass teddy bear.
See, that's the thing. If I wasn't a shark and I had to be a land animal, I'd probably want to be some kind of bear, maybe a grizzly bear.
You know, funny enough, my dad is kind of an expert on bears. They're his favorite mammal.
Hell yeah. I like how like big they are, you know? They're just big and they're sleepy.
Yep.
I'm big and sleepy.
And you certainly don't want to fuck with them.
Just like me.
And
I can also run on all fours.
and so, of course, you know, it's a bit of a controversial opinion, but one of my dad's favorite Disney movies is Brother Bear. Everyone asks him, what are you talking about? Like, oh, that movie just absolutely sucked. It came from the experimental age of Disney. Nope, critics didn't like that, but my dad finds, you know, some enjoyment from it.
Is it bad that I don't remember a single fucking thing from that movie? I watched it once as a kid.
You know what? Fair enough.
I think it's fine.
I watched it multiple times because like I was just a autistic kid.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
I don't know, my brain was occupied by a few other films. I think it was 2003. I was occupied by a few other films that came out that year. One that I talk about really frequently. Yeah. And Finding Nemo and Return of the King.
Oh, and in one of my recent streams, you know, we brought up Home on the Range and how that movie was, you know, just kind of a... Man, that movie tried to be something, but it just didn't really pan out. It was a critical failure, it was a commercial failure, and, you know, everyone's speculating...
I'd love to be in the boardroom meeting. Like, oh yes, let's make Charlie's Angels with cows.
Yeah, and
I was gonna say, going back to Brother Bear, some people will be surprised that the guy who played as the voice actor for Teen is fucking Arthur in Joker.
Hey, let's go check out old fish.
But like some people probably do not know that. Yeah.
Again, I haven't seen the movie since I was a little kid, so it's just like I didn't remember anything from it. I just remember they had Phil Collins, and he was just singing the emotions the characters were feeling.
Yeah. Yeah,
plainly.
honestly,
The first I hear of monster
the more I hear, the more I look back on that deleted scene and looking at the cut that made it into the final version of the film, we got robbed with, Kenai telling the truth of what happened to Coda's mom.
Find out what's happened.
We got robbed.
Did you pay the bill?
The Phil Collins song on its own is fine, but...
You're funny. Now look.
Yeah.
If you two
Garfield?
fix the eco
Hi, Garfield.
Hi, Kitty.
power cell. Oh, and another thing.
The best movie from that era was absolutely Lilo and Stitch. That was when Disney just cooked so fucking hard, and they had to make it in fucking secret in Florida.
Yep. Oh, what about The Emperor's New Groove?
Minimum contribution is
That's a close second.
Okay, so those two are the most goated out of the experimental era.
Hell yeah. I remember liking
Atlantis
Treasure
Lost
Planet a lot
Empire?
as a kid, and Atlantis I watched again.
And I got
Oh yeah, and everyone tends to forget about, or depending on the person, you either forget about Atlantis Lost Empire and Treasure Planet, or you remember them fondly. Treasure Planet got sabotaged.
One movie that I think is underrated is Bolt from that era.
Bolt?
Yes, I think Bolt is really good.
Bolt is cute.
That's for the revival, wasn't it?
No, Revival was later on. The Revival started with Tangled.
I think Tangled, yeah, Tangled.
Yeah, the revival started
Which is also the fucking GOAT.
Tangled,
Oh, yeah.
Tangled is really good, and it's just so perfect as a 50th Disney film. And then, of course, you had Winnie the Pooh, which, okay, if you like Winnie the Pooh, if you like wholesome stuff, that's fine. But let's be honest.
I'm pretty sure Doug Walker criticized it for being too well animated.
Yeah, what a dumbass. How can something be too well animated?
Now let's talk about the GOAT of video game movies, Wreck-It Ralph.
Yes.
Based.
I'm gonna wreck it. Goated line.
My entire love life be like, I'm gonna wreck it.
Oh no.
Okay, hear me out. I think Frozen is pretty great, but it's overrated at the most part.
What if I said that is not correct?
Frozen is okay. Like, just okay at best. I like the animation, but the story is just...
Maybe it's nostalgia, but I can't bring myself to hate it.
I don't hate it, and that's just because I haven't seen it in a while, so I can't really bring myself to hate it. But I will never not get over the fact that Prince Hans, who is established through the entire movie established later on that throughout the entire movie he wanted Elsa killed and to marry Anna so he could take the throne, which, by the way, given that this is Scandinavia in the 1800s, that's just not how monarchies worked. So that wouldn't make any sense at all. But ignoring that fact, him wanting to kill Elsa and marry Anna. Okay, well, Elsa is in a very precarious situation. There's a guard with a crossbow pointed right at her. And easily, he could have just let that guy fire, and it could have just been labeled as an accident. The only witnesses that were there were being actively attacked by Elsa, so he has a perfect alibi, right? So it was all self-defense, because she's a rogue queen who caused an ecological disaster, who has probably caused untold death and suffering to probably countless people all across Europe. So the entire events of Frozen would cause so much destruction and death. It's so funny. And then later on, when Anna's saying, Hans, I need you to kiss me to save my frozen heart or whatever, he stands nothing to lose by just kissing her. Like, oh well, she dies. You could easily have a quick wedding ceremony. Just, through technicality, she'd probably want to do it. So then, she could at least have some, clear conscience and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know why just let Elsa die and then kiss Anna, do a quick little wedding. There you go. Through the arbitrary rules this film establishes for how monarchies work, that's not at all even remotely accurate to how any monarchy works. Congrats, you're now the king of this kingdom. Thumbs up.
Yeah, really the only thing anything good to come out of that was a single meme. If only there was someone out there who loved you, which, that's
story of my life.
I know.
Now let's move
Also,
on to something
too,
fantastic.
There was someone who loved me and I ruined it.
Also, too, Elsa can just create life.
Yeah.
She could just do that. She just makes life and makes clothes. Like, it's so weird. Her powers are so weirdly defined where you could actually make the case that she could just do fucking anything because, well, they established she can create ice and snow. Okay, now she's able to create life with that and dresses with that. So if she wanted to right now, she could create an entire new species and just take over the world with that new species. Like, she's just so overpowered. It's kind of hilarious.
Probably doesn't use that power.
Honestly, it would have been a lot cooler to see what ideas this film had, like, when it started, like, conceptualization as far back as the 50s. I believe Walt wanted to try and make an adaptation of the Snow Queen.
Yep.
If they just made her use her powers more, then she could have had her potential to be she could potentially debut the MCU. I'm kidding.
Oh, comparative to most MCU heroes, she would wipe the fucking floor with them. It's actually kind of hilarious how overpowered Elsa is arbitrarily, just because they decided, let's not set clear guidelines for how her abilities work. So,
but remember, Marvel also treats their heroes like shit, so she would probably lose to half of them because of Marvel.
Yeah.
You know how
depends. I mean, she could probably go up against Thor and win, weirdly enough.
Also, you know...
Oh yeah, Doctor Strange was somehow able to be outsmarted by a teenager. You know, the fucking neuroscientist.
Oh yeah. I think Spider-Man has a chance against Elsa, because I mean, I know one shot on him, he can practically be frozen, but this guy, I think he can dodge all of her ice stuff because, you know, he's very fast.
Peak Spider-Man, yes. It really depends on when in Spider-Man's life this would be.
Andrew Garfield's too much for her. She'd be dead in a second.
Possibly. Yeah. Andrew or Toby.
I think Miles Morales might be enough. I don't know. Maybe Hyde.
Oh, Miles Morales is also ridiculously overpowered, but I'm able to give it a lot more leeway just because, you know, he's in a cartoon universe.
Yeah.
He got jumped by the hood and still survived.
Also, this is just because I'm an artist, but the concept art, you know, some of the earliest concept art for Elsa, it looked so cool. Like, yes, this is what I expect an evil Snow Queen to look like. Just
oh yeah, it gives me like Mark David vibes with Maleficent and all that.
Hot take: Elsa should have been the villain of the first movie. Hot take.
That is the coldest take I've ever heard. I think everyone agrees with you there.
At least we're not complaining that the movie should have been directed by Brad Bird.
I don't get it.
That I know we will not talk about because I'm not comfortable with talking about it. I'm just making up. Okay, but yeah, she would have been a good villain.
Yes,
she would have replaced Thanos. I'm kidding.
She could kill Thanos.
I mean, she's cooked when Tony pulls up.
She has to snap her fingers, and he would simply cease to exist. I call that mercy.
If he just says, I am Iron Man, then yeah, she's done for.
Right. But yeah, Frozen's just such an odd movie. I do not understand it. And what sucks too, I'm a theme park guy, right? I love theme parks. What sucked for me was how 2013 onwards, everything in the Disney parks, every time you go see a show or be some parade, they'd always have Elsa and it'd be let it go.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Just shut up. I will throw something at you, Bob Iger.
And it is oddly specific for me to complain about, but, you know, Vanellope getting to the Oh My Disney website and Ralph breaks the internet, and I'm just sitting here like...
Look, I hate that scene for every reason that could ever exist, because fuck that scene. It actually destroyed the entire image of Disney princesses irreparably.
Yeah.
Let It Go is C tier at best, maybe low B tier.
You know, I would make a video on how Disney has destroyed the entire concept of Disney princesses. Here's the thing, though. I guarantee someone would call me a fucking cuck if I were to go into that. Because, like, it's like, I wouldn't blame them either. It would look like the least, like the least masculine shit for me to complain about princess movies. But it's true. I do actually think the Disney princess sort of canon of characters were valuable characters. And to try and devalue it as, do people assume you're a princess because a big, strong man came in to help you with all your problems? Like, no, fuck you. That's not what happened with any of these characters. You can piss off with that shit.
Yeah.
It's just lip service to make the movie seem to be better than it is, but it's not.
Yeah. It was just millennial feminism, and I don't like half measures. If you're gonna make a story that's supposed to be a female empowerment sort of message or whatever, I don't know.
Not to mention
maybe don't do that.
Yeah, not to mention that scene spits in the face of several characters' development and arcs. Like, no.
Yep.
Like, no. Belle was not held as a slave. She willingly traded,
she wasn't.
Yeah, she traded her place with her father because, you know, obviously keeping him in there, there's no way he would have survived that. So she said, "I'll take his place."
The entire concept of Mulan agreeing with the rest of them is insane.
Like, oh, honey, no.
What the fuck? Excuse me.
Okay, but you gotta be honest. In Mulan, Eddie Murphy carried my hot take.
He's Murphy. Literally me for real. But
he would have been lost if Eddie Murphy wasn't there.
It's such a fucking weird scene, and as well too. I think the entire Disney Renaissance is honestly when Disney kind of peaked with how they wrote princess characters.
Yeah.
Obviously, some stuff in the revival, and the experimental era too. I mean. We can look to, I don't know, like Nani and Lilo and Stitch. She's a great female character. Lilo, obviously. I think Kida from Atlantis.
Yeah. I think
there's a lot of really well-written female characters.
Autistic.
That would check out. But then you get to like Tiana and Rapunzel. They're also great.
I really
and then even in the revival, and like even balls deep into the revival, like Moana is really well written. So it's just such an odd thing for them to not understand that and to try and piss on the Disney princesses.
What's this about Disney princesses?
Like,
hello.
All right, how about we talk about how Wreck-It Ralph is the most goated movie and how Ralph 2 assassinated everything.
We actually were just talking about that, namely the princess scene, because goddamn the princess
I'm talking about the whole movie, not just the princesses. The whole movie itself.
That's what I just joined in the server for.
Alright, so let's talk about how goated the first one is. They just don't fill in references, they actually set up a good story, and Ralph's character development was really good.
One film uses references as a fun way to tribute artists and storytellers before them. The other film uses references as a way to tear down artists before them.
Yeah, and they use it to actually fit it in the story. At least it fits in. Bro, you wanna know what? People, I think there's some people that I heard saying that the references in the movie were pointless, but I mean, like, how? I mean, sure, we got Bowser and Eggman, but at least they contribute because they were, like, in the meeting shit or something.
It's just harmless. It doesn't take away from anything in the narrative, and it helps build things up. If you're going to have a world where, you know, these fictional villains are seen as villains, then it makes sense that you would have Ralph paired up with famous video game villains like Bowser, and it helps set up the idea that, okay, well, in this universe, Wreck-It Ralph is one of the most notable video game villains from a different era. So it fits with Bowser and Eggman and all those characters, and then it ties into the whole idea of, okay, well, yeah, the world sees him as evil, because of course he'd look very evil if he's associated with these very famous ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah.
But then you see him immediately after. He's sad, he's miserable, he hates his life.
Yeah.
Can I add, too, like, someone mentioned references? I think there's a fine line between, like, a lot of people hate reference humor, and I completely get it, and I'm not a fan of it either, but I think the way to do it properly, like, you can execute it where it fits the narrative, and you don't have to get the reference to get the joke, but I think also, too, the reference should make sense within, like, the genre that you're doing, so, like, most of the references in Wreck-It Ralph, even if not all of them were video game related, they were done in a way where it's like, oh, okay, you could look at it later and say, oh, when Ralph was breathing underwater that one time, there was like a Darth Vader sound, you know?
Yeah.
Or the Oreo guards.
Yeah. Well, actually, this is going to be a really weird example, but have y'all ever seen Once Upon a Studio?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Ralph's brief cameo in that short, he said, I think like Mickey was saying, "Come on," and he said like, "Okay, Garfield," and I'm like, okay, that's fitting for Ralph's character, I guess.
I mean, like,
yeah, sure. That's all I want to add.
And I feel like I think Vanellope's like outsider, like story, like being an outsider to like a real racer in the game was kind of good, like kind of cute.
Yeah.
Development for that.
And then of course
I like their friendship that they grow in the movie. I like how he goes from like freaking like hating her, wanting to kill her, to actually seeing her as like a friend or like sister, like daughter maybe.
Yep.
Somewhat. You know what's funny? I think
someone on the team for the sequel said, relationship drama.
This very clearly designed to be grown man is very upset and very obsessed with his very clearly designed to be young, female friend of his, who is implied to be like a daughter for him.
Yeah.
I mean, the fucking scene where they make their go-kart together, that's so father and daughter coded.
Yeah.
Or big brother, little sister.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I guess like even though it didn't really work in the execution, I can see where you could see it as like Ralph is an overprotective parent to Vanellope, and he doesn't like he can't stomach the idea of watching her like go away, especially because like not even the father-daughter relationship. Vanellope was like Ralph's only real friend outside of maybe Fixed It Felix.
Right.
And
can I add something that makes me pissed off? Something that makes me pissed off about this movie?
What?
Wreck-It Ralph 2 pisses me off because in the first movie, Ralph learned that like he does not want to be like a part of his game, right? Like he just wants to go somewhere. But then when he leaves his game, it breaks the coding, and then the game almost gets. And then like his game was about to get shut down, and then he realizes that he plays an important role inside of his game, and he shouldn't leave because without him. Isn't this the first movie? Like Vanellope doesn't want to do racing anymore because she feels like that there's something outside of it. At the end of the movie, they straight up explain what the first movie was trying to teach us.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense from like what the first.
She doomed the entirety of Sugar Rush because she liked GTA.
And then everything's fine at the end, like bruh.
Yeah.
Like I could just imagine how that conversation went. If everyone in that arcade had their heads screwed on right, they'd be over here like, you let her do what?
Oh yeah, Ralph would go back and he'd be hated by fucking everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't know why the movie turned out the way it did, other than Disney took way too much corporate, like Disney's corporate stuff took over most, if not all, the creativity. I have no idea, but
they just started popping shit out of their ass every single year, not even creativity.
Also, I know what it is too. They also hire writers that are unbelievably fucking stupid. Like, here's the thing: we give a lot of shit to studios and stuff, and I get that. I get giving shit to studios, but we also have to put a lot of onus on the writers too. Mm-hmm. The writers should be able to make this stuff work. That's literally their fucking job.
Yeah.
If they can't make it work, then I'm much, much, much less willing to forgive them.
Right.
So yeah, no, the writers are dumb, and they got to get their shit together.
Yeah, and going back to the point of just how weird Ralph and Vanellope's relationship was in the second movie, I wonder if one of the writers unintentionally admitted something about themselves.
I don't know.
Ruh-roh.
The
I don't usually like
these things. That was a father thing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It could have worked. But no, we had to have some shenanigans with some Shank and racing and YouTube and all that shit.
Yeah. Look, we gotta go to GTA and
Gareth, Shank is such a plank of wood. Why do people like her?
Because she's Gal Gadot, and Gal Gadot is hot. She's a plank of wood, just like Gal Gadot.
I don't know.
Ooh, hot take.
Also, I know the movie doesn't. I know the movie doesn't use like the actual YouTube for when Ralph like blows up, but it's like it was like written by people who have like only a tangential understanding of how YouTube works.
Yeah.
But instead of researching it further to make sure they know what they're talking about, they just went with their baseless knowledge.
Yeah.
But if it was the real monetization thing, shit, Sugar Rush is getting fucked out of that arcade.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
Honestly, if the movie was accurate with its timeline, what we'd end up having would be Ralph making a bunch of YouTube videos for like 6 years, having one video that does moderately well, and then he's just like grinding as hard as he can to try and reclaim that magic. And then he's just like really depressed that he can't get it, and then maybe someday he'll get a big subscriber count after like 10 years.
Oh no.
Oh, that's funny.
Also,
His monetization freaking $5 per year.
yeah.
Right.
Also, the same. Also, another inconsistency, or I guess it's just more plot contrivance than anything. First film, there were 2 arcade cabinets for Sugar Rush because, you know, it's one of those games that's designed for co-op or 2-player versus. And they basically decided to get rid of one of the cabinets to raise the stakes, you know?
Raise the stakes.
I didn't even know that, but I also haven't seen it since it came out, so yeah.
Wait, I'll say this. I was making a video, a Medium article on my list for the top 10 best end credits Disney songs. So like, I looked up and listened to all the songs that appear at the end of every Disney movie with that end credits, animated movie, of course, and this is telling how much Wreck-It Ralph 2 doesn't even hold a candle to the first movie. The end credits song of the first movie, When Can I See You Again, still slaps. I put it very high on the list. And the one at the end credits of Wreck-It Ralph 2, it's not bad, but I didn't even include it in the honorable mentions. That's all you need to know.
All I'll say is this. The best Disney end credits song is from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Because there were no fucking end credits.
That was at a time where the credits were put at the beginning of the film.
And you know who really changed history with putting things at the beginning of the film, or at the end of the film? Sorry, it was George Lucas who put. There was this whole debacle he had with the Directors Guild of America with Star Wars. But he insisted he didn't want to have opening credits for his movie because that was the norm at the time.
Oh, really?
He wanted all of the credits to be at the very end of the movie because he wanted it to open with a shocking blast of music with opening title crawl establishing the world.
It's funny because that movie, nobody thought it would be a hit back in the day, and then boop, you never know what's going to happen.
And then it's the biggest
everyone tried to copy him.
Pop culture.
Yep. Yeah, Lucas, he is pretty cool. And look outside of his existence in film, and he's also just a really interesting guy. He has a huge history with Disney theme parks. It's fascinating.
It's actually,
you want to know what? If we're being honest here, Wreck-It Ralph 2, the concept of it, I think it could have worked at some way, but I mean, like, taking it to the internet as a whole is just not interesting, in my opinion.
It's also really quickly dated because, like, the internet changes on a fucking dime.
Oh yeah.
It unintentionally felt like Disney was trying to remake the Emoji Movie. I know that's a really bad take, but it felt like it.
Wait, yo! I got an idea for not a movie idea. I don't know if this is worth being a movie. The arcade game. You know, like all of the game characters from the arcade. This is the time where like consoles were produced, and like it's like them versus console game characters.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
freaking Ralph and Vanellope race against sweaty players.
PC game.
And of course, you know, PC ports of of games, how would that work in the Wreck-It Ralph universe?
Oh my God, Wreck-It
Ralph would go into the Wreck-It Ralph PC port,
remake would literally
and then
that could be the idea of the third movie if Disney becomes that greedy.
So Ralph goes into the PC port of the Wreck-It Ralph game, and he encounters a version of himself that looks ever so slightly different because they didn't have the sort of CRT effect. Yeah. Like maybe he looks like a much sharper, you know. Like much more like a rectangle because they didn't have like the smoothing of CRT pixels or not technically pixels, but
Wreck-It Ralph this time in person.
I was thinking, say it was a third movie, they could pull like a Highlander 3 and just ignore Highlander 2.
Here's a hot take. I don't want any more movies. I just want Disney to do something else.
How about we forget Ralph Breaks the Internet exists and we just count Wreck-It Ralph as the only movie in the second one, not canon. What do you think?
Well,
you know what?
I agree.
That doesn't exist, but you can just...
All those in favor say aye.
You can acknowledge it as an experiment gone wrong and just say, okay, they tried.
How about we acknowledge it as an alternate universe? That could be better.
I just don't acknowledge it, period.
That's pretty awesome, and that does... Let's talk about something that's actually awesome. Big Hero 6. Yeah, anybody?
Let's talk about something that's awesome.
Actually, wait. No, I did back in the day when I was a teenager. I said that was one of my favorite Disney movies. But after a few years, like after it came out, I was like, it's good. Not great, but, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, what about Moana? I mean, Moana's really good. How about we talk about the character Moana?
Moana was the last hurrah.
I have not seen the sequel.
Yep.
Was the last
I don't care to.
The last hurrah of Disney animation, like the last breath of something.
What about Encanto?
Anybody who hasn't seen the movie,
I haven't seen that.
Anybody that doesn't care for spoilers, you can stay.
And hurry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, 1%. What?
We're talking about how Moana 1 was a masterpiece and Moana 2 was a assassination.
I'm not going to watch that movie, so I don't care.
I have a very specific reason why I don't want to watch that movie, at least not right now, because of what they did behind the scenes to make it. And yes, although it's not the first time Disney has done that, at least they did the same thing. They turned an abandoned Beauty and the Beast cartoon series into Belle's Magical World. At least those movies were made by other studios associated with Disney, and even then, they were just released straight to home media. This Moana 2, what they did to make it an official movie, that is seriously fucking insulting. I'm sorry.
I don't know what.
It's not even just insulting. It actually really screws over the people who worked on it because they're part of a different union than theatrical film animators. So it basically means that all those TV animators don't get the same pay that they're entitled to.
Yeah. All right. I have an idea. Not a good idea. How about they should have just made the series, develop the characters how they were originally going to be, and they can make a whole different idea for the second Moana if they wanted to. That would have been a great idea.
Disney did not need to release another movie, like a movie in their original lineup for their main animation studio for 2024. They could have just said,
they could have waited. No, they had to put something out now.
It's like
they could have just put into more time into that.
Like, I will still stand by Frozen's success being the point where Disney realized, oh yeah, we don't have to try anymore. But
I'll go even further, but I'll say On Stranger Tides is when Disney got a taste for legacy sequels. I actually think that's when Hollywood in general got the idea of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
I've been okay with, like, this doesn't have to do with Disney, but I mean, Beverly Hills Cop, that was okay for what it was going for.
For this one, Cop was overrated as hell.
Of course, the fucking Scream movies, because those are always great, but yeah, legacy sequels can be hit or miss, I'm sure.
Yeah, I blame On Stranger Tides, because before then there weren't really legacy sequels, they were just sequels, right?
Yeah.
But then after that, it really showed Hollywood. You can take a story that's long since over, like long over, very conclusive ending. Like you could not follow up that story, and then do that exact thing and bring back the old actors. In the trailer, you play the classic music so everyone gets a little tingly inside and it makes them think of their childhood. All that fluffy bullshit to make people say, you know what, I'm excited to see this epic, I'm brought back to my childhood because the actor I like is back and they play the music and they make the joke referencing the older movie, and it's just that perpetual shit. And then obviously The Force Awakens came in and royally fucked the shit out of Hollywood. And then fucking, what else? Ghostbusters and Indiana Jones 5. Top Gun Maverick is like the only one I can think of that's actually great. It's better than the original. Funny enough, I'm watching the original right now, but...
Wait, I have a funny story. Wait, sorry.
I'm just grateful that we have DreamWorks and Sony at least putting out some original movies. That's what I'm glad about.
I'll say this, because you mentioned Ghostbusters this see. I went to see, this was like last year, or early last year, but at one of the theaters... No, but at one of the theaters near me, I went to see a movie, and one of the trailers beforehand looked really cool. I was like, whoa, there's a bunch of ice happening at a beach? What's going on? And then the Ghostbusters appeared, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, another legacy sequel. That's how I felt with the trailer for the third Jurassic World movie. Truth be told, I have not seen any of the Jurassic World movies. I've just seen the original 3. I've seen the first Jurassic Park many times because it's a fucking masterpiece. And then I've seen 2 and 3 a couple times in my life, but I try to avoid them because I have... I hate myself, but I don't hate myself that much. The thing is that I just avoided those Jurassic World movies at every fucking opportunity. But yeah, I remember I was going to see... I don't remember what movie it was, but I saw the trailer for the third Jurassic World, and I was like, wow, that looks kind of cool. Oh, it's the Jurassic World sequel. Fuck my life.
Guess what?
Come on.
We're getting another one this year.
Yeah. Of course we are.
Oh, Jurassic World Rebirth.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of that.
Even when it comes to...
You know what I'm looking forward to?
Even when it comes to video games.
No.
So when you have the PlayStation trilogy or the PS2 trilogy,
While you're
like,
down there, could you rub my feet?
You were saying?
Sorry, I got distracted by Daxter. With the case of the Jak and Daxter series and the Sly Cooper series, like, you could tell that they basically had a story they wanted to tell, or at least with Jack's case, they had ideas that they kind of had to change on the fly because of how much the video game industry changed during, during release of the first game and development beginning on the second game. Well, at the very least, they had a story that they wanted to tell, and so they did that. They did that to completion, and then when you try to bring back a second another installment after like an epilogue or something similar, you're really gonna have to bring your A game to make it flow well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
thin fucking line. Like, you gotta be really careful with that shit.
It just depends on what you're doing, really.
I think I know what the next Sonic game is going to be. I think it's going to be... Oh, wait. Shadow Latina Simulator, directed by Brad Budd. Yeah!
We're really taking the piss out of that guy, aren't we?
What?
Shadow Latina Simulator.
Can we not bring Brad Bird into this stuff? Leave him be.
Did something happen with Brad Bird? I am so confused.
No.
Me and Magma, we were talking to this I don't know what to describe him as. Gooner. That's what I would describe him as. Gooner. We were talking to this Gooner.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He mentioned
I'm gonna pretend like I understand this.
Yeah.
If you saw the recent announcement with somebody that has the nickname Space, then yeah.
Okay, now I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, the person talking. That's the person that Space sent his kink material to.
I'm not comfortable hearing that stuff right now. Can we change the subject? Can we change the subject, please?
Yes.
Disney is down the shitter. Mufasa the Lion King is the death of Western culture.
Oh yeah, I can agree. Hedgehog 3 is
that movie.
Funny you mentioned that. No. Funny you mentioned that. One of my local theaters is actually playing the original Lion King in a couple of months.
Oh yeah,
nice.
the movie reminded me that I could be watching that instead of that piece of shit.
Right.
Well, I didn't bother watching it. I didn't even see the 2019 remake, so I don't have to say.
Trust me, it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
I beg to differ. The worst thing I've ever seen in my life, maybe The Gallows. I don't know. That's
the animal.
In my life, it's probably going to be like, I don't know, probably something like Dead Men Tell No Tales, or actually not even that. Probably Dial of Destiny.
I've seen this movie called Ivan the Incredible. Worst shit I've ever seen in my life.
I've heard about that. I want to watch.
My friend says that he loves this movie because it's childhood nostalgia.
I want to watch more crap. I want to watch more garbage out there.
Norm of the North live watch. I'm the hoster. Let's do it.
I'm good.
Let's do it. We're doing it.
No. We absolutely.
We're gonna vote between Norm of the North or we're gonna be voting for Wish.
No.
Wait, Wish? No.
Wish or Norm
Actually,
of the North?
I did promise a friend of mine I'd be watching Wish at some point because she was saying, "Oh yeah, you got to watch it. It's so fucking terrible." She wants to hear me eviscerate it because she knows I'm good at eviscerating movies.
You know what's really fucking sad is that Disney made such a I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, I'm trying to use something other than soulless, but Wish feels like it was written by an AI, just fed a whole bunch of Disney movie scripts.
No. I don't want to make that accusation, but I will say the movie does feel like what could have been a really genuine work of art feels like the people behind it were so afraid to do anything genuinely interesting or risk taking. Which, if you think about it, I'm not one of those people. Wait. I'm not one of those people, but it does go against Walt Disney's mindset of taking a fucking risk if needed.
This guy's my favorite user on the server.
The villain of Wish is straight up Jack Frost, but middle aged. So I can't.
Damn.
He looks like Chris Pine. It's so funny.
I can't take them seriously anymore. I seriously can't take Disney seriously anymore. I swear, if they produce a movie about Funko Pops, I'm quitting life. I'm done.
Oh no.
Well, I know someone was going to develop a Funko Pop movie, but I don't know.
What I was trying to say is that Disney is just Wish is just such a terrible or weak or incredibly disappointing 100th anniversary film. Meanwhile, literally the year before, Cuphead came out with its DLC, and it is the best love letter to classic Disney I've ever seen.
Well, it also was a studio. That was a way better Centennial gift.
That too.
For the 100th anniversary of Disney, it's really odd that Disney, a company entirely founded on a sort of studio. I mean, the most famous Disney cartoon of all time was a story of this little mouse with his little mouse girlfriend. And then the first movie was a story of a princess being brought back to life after a true love's kiss from a prince. The entire notion that they removed a fucking love subplot from the movie, that is just you could not be so anti-Disney if you tried.
It feels like they, as I said, it felt like they were trying to please everyone and they ended up pleasing very few people.
That's what happens. You can't please everyone. You have to make sacrifices.
Okay, your favorite movie of all time is probably hated by a good chunk of people. That's fine. That's acceptable. But if you try to please literally every single human being on the planet Earth, you get mediocre garbage like Wish. You get I can't even think of any other examples. Sorry.
No, I totally agree. It's all
This is a health session.
it's sad how Disney has become. I mean, I said this earlier about the princesses. I think this actually applies in general, not just to princesses. I think this applies to all of Disney's major things. They are so allergic to romance. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I wonder if all the critics of the 2010s complaining about the icky implications of this or that fairy tale. I wonder if that had anything to do with it.
The icky implications, and another thing I like to blame a lot these days is the Bechdel test. I think the Bechdel test is a very narrow-minded view of how to engage with media.
Agree.
I'm a girl and I hate the Bechdel test.
Yeah, it's just such a narrow-minded perspective. It's like, yes, you can have characters whose entire motivation for something is another person. That is fine. If Peter Parker can, have his driving motivation for wanting to get that car, which then sets off his entire arc of learning to become a responsible person. If that all can be facilitated because he has a crush on Mary Jane, then I think it's perfectly fine for the exact same thing to happen with a female character. It doesn't matter whether or not their motivations revolve around a person they're in love with, because love is a completely valid reason to do things in this world. Exactly. Like, that's just a thing humans do.
Yeah.
Just to add,
I'm pretty sure we all have someone in our life that, we wouldn't do anything for. Because they just love that much.
Well, yes, but as long as you have, you don't have ulterior motives, then yeah. But yeah, like love.
Exactly. And then when it comes to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to mention this really quick with the C. It's funny you brought up how narrow-minded the Bechdel test is. Alison Bechdel did mention, I don't know if she considers this her favorite movie now when she mentioned it, but her favorite movie is fucking Groundhog Day, and that fails the test. The test is not meant to be taken that fucking seriously, but some people unfortunately do take it seriously.
Right.
Actually, I can't believe Disney went from a masterpiece like Beauty and the Beast to the most fattest, most diabetic pig crashing out over a soda.
Beauty and the Beast came out more than 30 years ago.
But
I get what you're saying.
Don't go breaking my heart and some shit. Fuck that.
So it's just odd how we can also pin this on I think the true culprit of this all. And this is something that in certain circles the internet would kill me for. We can blame all this on capitalism. Like, these studio suits will look at they'll look at something like the Bechdel test. They'll look at online feminists and stuff. They'll look at that and then they'll overcorrect in the other direction to try and appease those people. Because again, it's them trying to please everyone. But in trying to please everyone, instead of just telling a good story, well, what the fuck do you get?
Not even a good story, just a story you want to tell.
Yeah.
Right. I look at something like Aladdin. I rewatched Aladdin recently to make that film theory knockoff, which was a lot of fun to make. It was so fun. But Aladdin is so brilliant because the romance isn't just like, oh, I love you. It actually has a lot of depth to it. It represents a lot to both characters. There's a lot of deep psychology to it. It connects to the core theme of the movie. Like, I think that's a pretty damn smart way to write romance. It all ties back to the whole theme of freedom. They're both representations of the opposite ends of, what kinds of privilege people experience in life and how that leads to certain kinds of freedoms, but also restricts other kinds of freedoms. And they're basically both trying to find a healthy middle ground between the two. And then you also have the genie as sort of like this weird sort of third wheel, but a third wheel that also ties into the fact that, yeah, there can be some people who are genuinely trapped. Like, it's not just like, oh, I feel trapped. No, he is trapped. So it's things like that where it actually explores every element of a theme instead of, I love you.
Better you than me.
Just to add into that, this doesn't have to do with Aladdin, but your whole thing about, like, how corporations, like, not even corporations, but, like, just anyone higher up will, like, view things a certain way and control it. Maybe not entirely. I feel like a little bit of that existed even back when Aladdin was being made, because when Pocahontas and The Lion King, they were both in production at the same time, and the studio felt that Pocahontas would be a bigger hit, and The Lion King was just like some weird one-off experiment. And even a lot of the
turntables.
Wait, Magna, wait your turn. We're not in school. Anyway, so as I was saying, so Pocahontas had a lot of like the A-team artists on the film, and The Lion King had like the B-level people, but The Lion King ended up not only being a much bigger hit than Pocahontas, but everyone ended up liking it more than Pocahontas. And I really thought back to this. This doesn't happen all the time, but in some cases, when a studio pays more attention to one thing than the other, the thing that they're not paying attention to might end up actually being better than what they've been eyeing on the whole time. It was the same thing with Encanto. Like, I know the C hasn't seen it yet, but that came out the same year as Raya the Last Dragon, and in my personal opinion, Encanto was better than Raya, but, you know, I'm sure some people may disagree. But I looked into it. Apparently, out of all the animated Disney movies that came out this decade so far, Encanto was looked over the least. They apparently gave the crew a lot more leeway and creative freedom than a lot of the other movies in production. Apparently.
Well, I will also say too, I still will maintain, like, I think everything you said there was accurate, but I will still maintain capitalism is to blame here, because even back in the 90s, it was still capitalism. I mean, nothing's really changed in terms of, capitalism isn't a recent thing that's been invented. I think the sort of the determining variable of what's changed between now and the mid-90s, the internet. It's just the internet. Disney's so much more. Their ears are so much closer to the ground in terms of what people say is acceptable or not in media. And then everyone with the. I've also have a sort of theory with the internet that I'd like to explore. Give me a second, please. I have a theory I'd like to explore in the critics video, and it's the idea that the internet has given everyone a voice and makes everyone think their voice is valid. Here's the thing, though. That's just not true. Not everyone's voice is valid. That's just not a thing. People can just be wrong. That is a thing. So if people create arbitrary standards for media that are borderline impossible, like the Bechdel test, which I said earlier, which, that is inherently an impossible task because it just limits the fucking shit out of something to be taken seriously or not. Nonetheless, it is still a ridiculous standard.
Which even the creator doesn't, but anyway, sorry.
But I agree with that. But the thing is when Disney is hearing about all these different impossible standards and stuff, they're just going to do it. They're just going to actually try to appease these impossible standards that people on the internet just, for whatever reason, have determined are true. Earlier, we were discussing exposition. Studios have actively gone out of their way to try and make it where exposition is just not as much of a factor, and we've seen that in stuff like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, when those are films that absolutely fucking need exposition. Jesus Christ. Like, that's just so not excusable.
Palpatine returned.
Yeah, and a large part of it, too, is just criticism of the prequels that were done in really bad faith. Like, too much exposition and dialogue in these movies. Well, you kind of need that, actually.
Yeah.
And it's always responsive. I mean, the studios are always going to try and give what the internet wants. If what the internet wants is less exposition, they'll give less exposition. If what the internet wants is no more princesses' romances, they won't give princesses' romances. If all of a sudden we actually had, good faith, like across the board, good faith argumentation and criticisms on movies, well, then what the fuck do you think would happen? It'd be good for everybody, So that's why I advocate for, if you see someone like Doug Walker, kill him on sight.
By the way,
I wouldn't. I would just give him. I would just turn to him and say, Doug, let me sit you down and have a very proper conversation right now because you need to wake the fuck up.
Let me break it down for you, Mark.
Yep. It's sad.
Let me break it down for you, Doug.
It's sad. Like, I really don't want to hate Disney. Like,
let me break it down.
I went to bat for not even really the corporation, but the animation studio for so many fucking years because I'll admit, part of my love of Disney stemmed from the films I saw from them as a kid that were, new at the time when I was a kid. Like, let's say Lilo and Stitch, Tangled, fucking Wreck-It Ralph, of course. Mm-hmm. And of course their older movies and stuff. Like, I went to bat for them for so long, and there's still a part of me that still wants to. There's a lot of great people working there, but with all the stuff that's happening, it's just so sad. I think, as the C said, it's just sad at this point.
Yeah. What happened here, man? He's cool.
I go to bat for them pretty frequently, especially their older content. I mean, Pirates of the Caribbean, I'll defend the hell out of those movies.
I recommend y'all check out, there's this YouTube channel, in case you haven't heard of him, he's called Wiro the Great, and he's been reviewing all the animated Disney movies starting with Snow White. I think he just did Lady and the Tramp, but he executes the videos in a way where he not only dissects the movies and their history, but also certain themes that relate to the movie. Like, a good example with Cinderella, he actually talked about what makes a family good versus a bad family or something like that. And with Pinocchio, he delved into what it means to actually be good. So I recommend checking out his stuff. Wiro the Great, Wero the Great. Very good videos.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating how so sometimes I'll go into a call with Sheev Talks, and we'll watch a Disney movie from my childhood, and it's always random. Who knows what it's going to be, right? And we always expect, just because when you're a kid, you don't have critical thinking skills. When you're a kid, you're a stupid little shit.
Oh, yeah.
You eat your own boogers, you lick the sand, you fucking do all a bunch of stupid shit.
I didn't do that, but okay.
I didn't either. I did much worse stuff. I actively chewed on a fucking table.
Oh, no.
I did, too.
I also chewed on a cardboard box a lot. But yeah, I was a weird child. Point being, though, you don't have critical thinking skills when you're a kid. So I like to go back and I like to watch movies that I really liked as a kid, just to make sure, like, is it good or is it not? Because if it's not good, then I can still say, okay, well, I like it. Because, I mean, my emotional investment in something does not necessarily have to be predicated on whether or not it's still objectively good or not. I can still like stupid stuff.
Right.
In fact, I do. I like Michael Bay Transformers, for fuck's sake. But
what a relief.
That being said, I do like to know whether or not something I have praised for a long time is actually good. And I'm always pleased when I watch a Disney movie, because I go back and I watch them like, yep, this is good. It's so weird. I'll go back and I'll watch. Recently, we rewatched The Lion King after watching Mufasa. Lion King is great. We've done Aladdin. Aladdin's brilliant. We've done Monsters Inc. Brilliant. Finding Nemo. Brilliant. The Incredibles. Brilliant. We are going to do a whole Toy Story marathon at some point. We've done... what else have we done? We've done Peter Pan. Peter Pan's brilliant. We've done so many Disney movies. And not even just Disney movies, just in general movies from our childhood. So, Curse of the Black Pearl, Sheev had actually not seen them since before I showed them to him, and he was blown away by them. As for every other person who hasn't seen those movies that I show it to, they're always like, "Holy shit, you're so right!" I'm like, "Yes, I'm fucking right. I'm a genius, you motherfucker." Like Pirates of the Caribbean, we rewatched The Iron Giant. Lilo and Stitch as well. Lilo and Stitch, we rewatched that. That was fucking brilliant. So many incredible movies. And the sad thing is there is actually a sharp drop off in quality in the 2010s. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I think it started around
2016.
Yeah,
Zootopia.
Maybe the 2010s or something like that.
I blame Zootopia. I really do. I mean, I blame Frozen, but Zootopia is just a whole new level of like, wow, you really fucked up.
I need to watch your video. on Zootopia. I have it saved.
Warning, my mic quality is shit in that video.
It's okay. I can tolerate I can tolerate not so great sound quality as long as what the person is saying is, worth listening to.
Right. Also, don't subscribe to the guy. Oh, it's the same as Undid.
Oh, okay.
Wait, sorry.
Don't subscribe to the guy who has the last section at the end of the video. Sounds good. Thank you. Don't subscribe to the guy who is at the end of the video. I am no longer on good terms with him because he's a pathological liar and a piece of shit. But other than that, everyone else is chill.
Oh no!
It's okay.
He covers the segment on racism.
I have to admit.
It's okay. I have known pathological liars, so it's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the rest of the video though, it's pretty epic. I covered the plot, strictly this sequence of events and how it doesn't make any goddamn sense. I just opened the video with that, because now everyone's going to try and defend the film and say, oh, well, the allegory, yada yada. It's like, no, I'm going to discuss how it doesn't function as a movie first. And then my buddy Southpaw covered the characters and how they don't make any sense, specifically Nick and Judy. And then my buddy Sheev covered the world building. How the world building makes no fucking sense, which is funny because that's the thing everyone praises that stupid movie for.
I have a question.
And then my friend Andrew covered specifically the fucking sheep villain because I remember when we watched the movie, his one response was, "The stupid fucking sheep. He hates her so much. He hates Maribel Weather."
I will give you.
Oh my god, he hates Maribel Weather. It's so funny. And then the douchebag covered the racism part. Yeah. It's just so funny, honest to God. Like, but yeah, no, fuck Zootopia. That movie is so bad, and I actually cannot fathom how anyone genuinely sits there and says, "Yes, this is one of the best Disney movies." Like, yeah. I'm not sure if you guys know the YouTuber Saberspark.
My thing is, like, even if I don't...
He thinks Zootopia is one of the top 5 Disney movies of all time, and I honestly sit there and I think you are delusional and white.
Yossi.
What's the difference?
Ooh, bird.
Yossi.
Yeah. I'll say this.
Hang on. Someone got a question for C.
Oh, sorry.
Yossi, I think I remember you. I remember searching up Zootopia review. I was like, oh, I wonder what somebody thought of this movie. And you're like, Zootopia is terrible, actually. I'm like, damn. Okay. And then I just scroll.
No. I'll say this, and I'm usually okay hearing different people's opinions. My thing is, at this point, I usually don't care. I think the one thing for me with dissenting opinions is when the person believes that their views are right, like objectively right. Like, I think as Magma said, there's a hot chance I might not know what I'm talking about. But even then, like, I don't care if someone has a dissenting view as long as, like, they mean what they say and they have a genuine reason for disliking something. So I am very curious to listen to your Zootopia review. Even if I don't agree, I think at the end of the day, I just want to... And if anything, hearing that video makes me think, why does this person not like this movie? Maybe I should look more into this, you know?
Yep.
Right, now I will say, I just have a respectful sort of...
I don't agree with some points. Like the sheep lady? Oh, hell no.
Yeah, she's
one of the worst villains I've ever seen from Disney. One of the worst.
I do have a bit of a sort of respectful ideological disagreement with UEMC with the comment about sort of someone seeing themselves as objectively right. There is an element in which I agree. No one should view themselves as inherently right with their perspective. I think everyone needs to be able to keep an open mind to, hearing different viewpoints and stuff and being able to accept when new information comes to light that might disprove information. However, it is entirely possible for someone to be objectively correct as long as the information is, again, rooted in objectivity and consistent with itself and all that stuff. That's one thing I always champion. Like, objective criticism does exist, and I think a lot of people, I mean, especially people who call themselves critics, like Doug Walker or people like him, they should absolutely practice objective criticism, because if they don't, they're doing a huge disservice to their audience.
Yeah. Well, if anything, you're definitely onto something. I think the problem with objective criticism is, I think it really just depends on how you approach it. Like, you can approach it where you're speaking a lot about what you're talking about, and even though you may not agree with what they're saying, you understand why they're saying it, and then you say, oh, actually, that's a really good point. Versus someone who, you know, is just screaming to the clouds, and you're just like, okay, but that's a good point. I actually never quite thought of it like that.
I'll always say, like, what a story is basically trying to convey information. It's like an essay, right?
Yeah.
The essay is a thesis. The thesis is advocating for something.
Yeah.
And the information within that essay is trying to support the thesis, trying to convey that idea, trying to convince the reader of something. That thesis could be any number of things. It could be anything from advocating for reform of the Electoral College, or it could be advocating for the idea that Will Turner and Elizabeth Swann are good people who will do anything for each other. As long as the supporting information backs up that concept and makes logical sense internally. Like, I'm going to call it a huge problem with something like Dial of Destiny, which introduces the concept of basically predeterminism to every decision the characters have made by virtue of making a closed loop time stream. I think that's a huge problem because it does remove the stakes of the entire franchise just in totality, because now no character makes a decision on their own volition. It's just predetermined.
I still haven't seen that movie.
What are you talking about again?
Oh, don't
It's
watch
shit.
it.
Don't watch it.
Yeah.
It's really bad. I'm just going on about how just like a film, I think objective criticism of film can always be done. So long as, of course, you also look to the parts of film that can be objectively quantified. I don't think you can objectively quantify whether or not an actor is convincing in the role, because you could easily have somebody who could just say, oh, I don't find Will Smith convincing in this role. Does that make him objectively bad as an actor? Probably not. But whether or not information is consistently, conveyed and applied and stuff in a story, that can definitely be proven. Like, I can point to any number of flaws in fucking modern Disney dribble shit.
Here's a question, just out of curiosity, because we were talking about world building. Have any of y'all seen the Pixar movie Elemental?
Yeah.
My sister has. I saw the trailer and I thought, not interested.
I'll say this.
Also because I had a bad feeling that it was probably going to bungle whatever message that it had.
Well,
pretty much my reasoning.
Well, no, like, I mean, I've seen it, and I'll say this, and again, this doesn't mean I'm right, but I actually ended up liking that movie personally more than the other Pixar movie that came out the year before that everyone praised, Turning Red. And that, don't get me wrong, I like that movie too, but having worked in a similar field as the ornaments, I guess, in Elemental, I related to it a lot more. And also, like, just the concept of, even if the world building was kind of flawed from the get-go, just the inherent themes of, subtle bigotry and intertwining with romance, I think spoke a lot more to me than, and obviously there was no romance in something like Zootopia, but if that did
fans would have you believe.
That still didn't stop some people from making a comic. You know
well,
exactly
yeah. Well, okay, my point is...
Oh, you mean the one that's famously shown on my thumbnail?
My point is, that film, personally related to me. I can see where someone else just may not relate to Elemental that much, and that's fine, but with me personally, my enjoyment of that movie stemmed more so from the types of things that the characters have, work as in the film, and also the societal roles, and especially considering that the film was more or less based on the director Peter Sohn's upbringing to an extent. I think it definitely holds a pretty special place in a lot of personal films that Pixar made. Again, I'm not saying the movie's perfect, but for what it was going for, I think I would rewatch it in a heartbeat over something like Zootopia or something, you know?
Zootopia is a bitch-ass motherfucker. It pissed on my wife.
Wait, I gotta
go on Turning Red real quick.
Bria is the most disappointing thing since my son.
True. While my son eventually hung himself in a gas station bathroom, Star Wars The Phantom Menace will still be around here forever. Never go away. I hate that fucking video. It was basically the death sentence to online media to criticism. It did more damage to online media criticism than fucking Doug Walker did, I swear to God.
Let me get my show review on Turning Red real quick.
Oh, you're not a fan of Red Letter Media?
Oh, absolutely not. I think they're a bunch of fucking pretentious douchebags.
Yeah, right. I've never seen their videos. I just know them from like Smiling Friends.
Yeah, they kind of suck. Like, they're the ones that basically popularized the entire concept of there's too much CGI in this movie, as if CGI is like some catch-all thing. You can just say, yes, too much of it is bad. Well, how the fuck do you measure how much would be too much? If you're going to make an authoritative claim, too much is an authoritative claim. How do you make an authoritative claim without being able to, in some capacity, measure its impact on something?
Yeah.
You can't say too much. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you're going to say it's too much, you actually have to be able to bring the receipt and say, okay, well, how much is too much? And if you predicate it entirely on your own personal tolerance, then that's subjective. So that's just not...
Yeah.
That just doesn't fly as an incongruity in logic.
Yeah.
That's what one people treated. That's what some people treated as a major issue for the Tim Burton version of Alice in Wonderland. Trust me, that was the least of that movie's problems.
Yeah,
I use that as a criticism for fucking anything. Like, CGI is a tool like any other tool. Let's use it. I'll say this right now, like, having been trained in animation, believe it or not, I don't see what the problem with CGI is at all. Not even kidding. I don't see any problem with it. And I'll give a very specific reason, but I'll let you go first, C. Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, I'm a visual effects artist, so I'm not really an animator, but I do, like, compositing and stuff. So the entire concept of too much CGI, in my eyes, is really hilarious, because in a lot of cases, people don't even know what they're looking at. And they'll say, like, oh, yeah, like, no CGI here, and then it'll be tons of CGI, or tons of compositing work, or whatever have you, set extensions, logo removals, whatever the fuck. So the entire notion of, oh yeah, too much, like, do you even know what you're fucking looking at?
I know. Well, I'll say this. So people complain, oh, CGI looks so fake. You do realize that movies are fake in general, right? They're not real. Like, 2D animation, which you claim to love, to hell and back, and I do too, like, you say, oh, it's more believable. Okay, if you like that more than CGI, just fucking say that. Don't have this, like, mindset of, oh, 2D animation is better than CGI automatically because it looks more real. No, it doesn't.
Sometimes you just don't have to justify your feelings. You can just say your thought, and that's fine.
Yes. Like, okay.
Uncle Vader, everybody.
Personally,
hello.
I am not.
Oh, and when you get across,
Wait, sorry, what?
Don't forget to activate the teleport gate in the blue.
Okay, well, I'll say this. I'm not personally a fan of a lot of Japanese animation, largely because I think a lot of it kind of looks the same, but that's just me. I would never outright say, oh, anime all looks bad. It's like, well, I can just say it that that's a personal preference. I don't care.
Yeah.
But also, like, the whole thing with CGI, people tend to forget, and thankfully a lot of people have been picking up the slack and acknowledging this. People tend to forget, if computer animation in a certain live action movie might not look so great, you have to understand what goes on behind the scenes and why it might not look so good, because a lot of the effects studios, never mind the whole capitalist thing, they're overworked. They have to do a smoke load of reshoots or re-animations, I should say, and they're led by people who don't know how the animation process works. So if you even show them a rough, they're just like, what is this? It's like, this is the rough before we do the final stuff. I don't get it. Change it. It's like, okay. So I think personally, the whole thing of like, oh, I don't like CGI movies. Honestly, I think that's a little insulting if you've worked in animation or VFX or anything.
Agreed.
And I'm not saying you don't have to like it, of course, but you can't have this argument of, oh, it looks bad because I say so, if you don't know what you're actually talking about. Look into why things are the way they are before you open your mouth. Ugh.
Doug Walker with Dead Man's Chest. But yeah, no, I agree with you on the anime front.
I'm sorry. I apologize if I rambled too much. This is just something I thought of for so long.
I agree with you, though, on the anime front. I'm personally not really into anime, but that's more just because I'm personally just a bit more fucking racist. But it's just fascinating how it's like, again, I said it before, the internet made everyone think they're a critic. In giving everyone a voice, everyone thought, well, because I have a voice, my voice matters. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. You are in no way qualified to speak on this topic if you don't do your own research, or you don't look into this stuff or understand how this stuff works, or actually like sit down logically for more than 5 minutes and think about what is your metric for discussing things. Like, I guarantee Doug Walker has never, in the entirety of his time of doing the Nostalgia Critic for the past fucking 18 years, he has not once sat down and thought of the one simple sentence that set me on the path I'm on right now. He never thought of the sentence, what is a good movie?
Oh my god.
Damn.
Like, it seems... It's one of those simple things where people don't even think for a small second. And that's what I always tell people, is like, you really have to get to the fundamentals. To ask yourself what makes a good story, you have to go even deeper than that. What is a story? What is a story? Like, what fundamentally is a story? Not what it means to you or anything like that. Like, literally, what is the definition of a story?
Yep.
And then you work back from that. Like, that's the thing. People have to really look at the fucking fundamentals, ask themselves the hard questions, and really basically unlearn what they've learned, as Yoda says. You have to just look at it in such a weird way. And I know some people genuinely have a hard time doing that. It's not an indictment of their character or anything like that, but it is a cognitively challenging thing, because it is quite literally deprogramming your brain from certain words, which, that's not an easy task. I'm not going to put it past anyone for finding that a little weird. But at the same time, too, if you're going to call yourself a critic, I think it's the bare fucking minimum you do.
Yeah. Which is also why I don't give Doug's, like, out of character, his real self, his real takes type of reviews any slack, because then people, try to shield it with, well, he's talking about it as his actual self. He tends to be a lot more honest, a lot more relaxed about it, and I'm just like, what's the difference between Doug and the fucking Nostalgia Critic character at this point? They're the same fucking person.
Here's the thing, too, with specifically that, people love to bring up, with regards to his Pirates of the Caribbean coverage, they love to bring up how, Doug is, he's just covering, it's just his opinion, and it's just parody, blah, blah, blah. They bring up all that stuff. It's just parody. Don't actually take it seriously. These aren't actually his thoughts. And then I go back and I watch his Disney December videos covering Pirates of the Caribbean, and I'm like, no, these are his thoughts. These are just word for word his thoughts. How World's End is too long. They're too complicated. The characters are boring. Like, that's exactly what his actual thoughts are, which are entirely subjective, not predicated on anything actually material and provable, and as such are a total non-starter in form of criticism. But that being said, if we're supposed to take the actual Doug Walker more seriously than Nostalgia Critic, he's doing a shit job at that.
Like, I remember in his top 11 worst sequels video, in the honorable mentions, he said all the pirate sequels. He's like, stop being so needlessly long and complicated. You're pirates, for crying out loud.
Here's an idea.
It's not as if pirates are complicated people. Yeah, the Pirates movies are too long and complicated. Stop being so complicated. It's not as if pirates have some of the most complicated history in the entire world out of all fictional group, or out of all people that have ever existed. Like, does he not know who pirates were? More often than not, pirates were politically motivated than anything else.
Doug, just admit to us that you have some attention disorder. I do myself. I'm not good at paying attention to stuff. I can fucking admit it. Why can't you?
Yeah, it's easy. Like, admit your fault and don't act like a fucking narc. That's my one message I'd love to give Doug.
Or, you know,
he's such a like.
Or, you know, when his
huffing his own
quote-unquote
farts is so
out-of-character
annoying.
takes are just so gross that when you look at the full episode, that I guess those takes are kind of tied to, like the Sailor Moon review.
Oh my God.
Like how he kept on calling it, like how he kept on implying that it was basically sexualizing 14-year-olds throughout the entire thing, which, no, it's not. Doug, what the hell is wrong with you? But, when he was out of character, you know, when he said this as himself, not putting on a veneer, not putting on a persona, he literally called Sailor Moon Jailbait the Show. This was at a convention in front of hundreds of people.
I'm just curious, did anyone at that convention stop and think, isn't that kind of a really bad take? That's what I'm wondering.
But guys, it's the funny internet nostalgia man! It's a joke! No, it's not.
It's really not a joke. Yeah. So, Mr. Walker, do you mind explaining to us what your thought process is? No? Okay. Bye.
Like, another example.
Review in the chat. Goddamn.
I know another. Just an L take. It's not like. It's nothing to like raise an eyebrow at, like with his Sailor Moon thing. It's just. It's like being that anti-conformist for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looping back to his X-Men videos. The way he says X-Men The Last Stand, like, I agree it's not as bad as most people say it is, but he says it's like the best of the trilogy because it has more action than the previous two, and he's all like, get this. He's okay with the movie feeling overstuffed because it gives the movie more to do. Like, the first two movies, they had a singular idea that they developed, but the third one had just way too much shit thrown into it that people didn't like it because it took two major storylines to just streamline them and didn't do them justice. And it just was overstuffed with characters just to say they were on the screen. But he's all like, oh, this is the best one in the trilogy.
Doesn't that completely go against what his mindset for the pirate sequels are? Like, you might as well like the movies because even if there's a lot going on, it's like, oh, at least it has stuff to. At least they have a lot of stuff to do. Like, what?
He probably rebutted by saying, at least it's short.
Oh, Maron, what is going on here? Oh my god.
And also get this. Spoilers if you haven't seen X2 or X-Men The Last Stand.
Go ahead.
At the end of X2, Jean Grey sacrificed herself to help the other X-Men escape in the Blackbird. That's the name of their jet. After a dam bursts, and she gets like hit by all the water, and the Phoenix within her like awakens. And then comes X-Men The Last Stand. She's now back, and the Phoenix is completely awakened. She already killed Cyclops, which I had a problem with because he's my favorite X-Man. But anyway, Doug's rationale was... Wait, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. The explanation that Professor X gave was that Jean survived because the Phoenix made a telekinetic cocoon to protect her from the water. And Doug's big brain rationale was, so the water gave her powers?
No.
And then
I have a cameo in this game. This is a geologist.
Wait.
And then he has
This is from the same guy who genuinely believed that the I don't remember what the song was, but that one scene in Pink Floyd's The Wall, you know, like that scene where they're all like exposing themselves as pretty much like racists and all that shit. He thought this is too vague. No, it isn't, Doug. It's really not. It's really fucking not.
And then he has like a.
I remember.
He has excuse me a second, see.
Sure.
Like, I remember there was a whole skit he said after that in his review of X-Men: The Last Stand, where he's like, it shows Dorothy splashing the Wicked Witch with water, but instead of killing her, it makes her powerful. No, you fucking idiot. That's not the same thing.
What a dumbass.
That's the Wizard of Oz. I thought we were talking about X-Men.
Yeah, like,
remember,
you're comparing a fantasy movie to a superhero movie? What is wrong with you? Genuinely.
I remember.
This is why I hate comparisons. Sorry.
So I remember with so Pirates of the Caribbean, Doug hates Elizabeth and Will for whatever fucking reason. He just hates them. And, feeling is mutual. I hate you too, Doug. But he hates Will and Elizabeth. And what really irked me with his first one, which for all intents and purposes, his Curse of the Black Pearl video wasn't the worst. That was that World's End video. But his Curse of the Black Pearl video, I was just sitting there. There was a moment where at the end of the film, Will saves Jack. And Jack basically just says, look, you can kill us both, but at the very least, my conscience is clear, right? He says he doesn't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
And then what was it? Norrington says, you forget your place, Turner. And he says, it's right here between you and Jack, which for one, that's like the entire premise of the film. That is like the literal running theme. He strikes a balance between being a good man and a pirate, right? But then Elizabeth then backs him up saying, as is mine, and she joins with them. And then Governor Swan said, lower your weapons, for goodness sake, put them down, right? Because he obviously doesn't want people holding guns at his daughter's head.
Right?
Yeah.
This is where it gets insane. In his attempt to smear Will and Elizabeth, Doug tried to frame that scene not as Will doing a good thing and then Elizabeth joining in that good thing, and then that causing Governor Swan to say, okay, stop, this has gone too far. Instead, he edits the clip where instead he claimed, he doesn't have the audio, he claims that Elizabeth professes her love to Will and for some reason that causes them to lower their weapons. No, Doug, that's not what happened. That's deliberately lying to make this film look so much worse. You fucking idiot.
I'm just curious, because I've seen this a few times, and Magma's pointed this out too. The sea, other than that, what's another one of Doug's, whether it's Disney Center or Nostalgia Critic, what's a video where he clearly recut a scene or a plot point or whatever to make it worse than it actually was that you can think of? I have an answer, but I'll let you go.
So just because Pirates of the Caribbean is my go-to, in At World's End, the sequence where there's two negotiations going on at once, it is between Barbossa and Sao Fang, and then Jack and Becca. He tries to cut each clip really short, so it looks like it's cutting back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, where everything looks so confusing. But what actually happens in the film is a solid block of time is spent on each, and it's building up. Each scene is building up in intensity, and one person realizing they've been duped, the other person realizing, oh shit, I might have a lead on this thing. Basically, it's just building up, building up, building up, building up, until the ultimate tension point of there's an attack on the Endeavor, the Black Pearl's making its escape, right? So in trying to edit it to make it look so much more confusing, he's completely misconstruing the actual intent of the scene, which is basically two different people coming to a realization about something involving the Brethren Court.
Yeah, that's not okay, Doug.
Yeah. That actually is really fucked up, because there are people who make these movies, and in my interview I did with Jim Burkett, I said, I'm sure you've heard, he worked on the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. He's good friends with the director of the trilogy. He is also the co-writer of Rango, the director of the indie film Coherence.
Nice.
Cool dude, very cool dude, and he's actually helping me with a lot of my projects right now, but in our conversations and stuff, we did discuss briefly criticisms of those movies, and he said that he's heard all the criticisms over the years, and that makes me sad, because those are movies he was so proud of working on. He loved working on those movies. He loves engaging with the fans still to this day. He did a fucking interview with me, for fuck's sake. Like, he just loves Pirates of the Caribbean. He loves that he had an impact on it. Disney had this little show they did on Disney Plus that was unfortunately scrubbed from Disney Plus because they were trying to get tax write-offs. But it was called Prop Culture, and it was having him show all the cool props they made for Pirates of the Caribbean. And he sent me as well a fucking thing a couple weeks ago, an auction where they were selling a lot of his concept art for the movies. And it was really cool. But point I'm trying to get at is he loves Pirates of the Caribbean. He loves that he had involvement with them. And he sounded almost disappointed when he said that he's heard all the criticisms over the years. Because it's like, yeah, he's a real person who worked on these movies, and he had a lot of fun working on them, as with everyone else who worked on them. And the criticisms are just not good, because they are actually smart movies that people, for whatever reason, do not recognize as such. And then you have Doug saying, oh, they're too complicated, when they're really not complicated movies. I understood them as a fucking teenager, for crying out loud. I'm stupid, so, like, make it out what you will.
Moments like that where you tend to... You know how, like, well, maybe not all children, but you know how kids don't often view the teachers they have growing up as, like, human beings until they're older? So a lot of people, unfortunately, don't view a lot of filmmakers, no matter what the movie is, as people, and it's really fucked up, honestly. Like, I'm not going to, like, ramble on too much. I'll just say, like, something I've always been very conscious of, no matter what I talk about, if I'm talking about a movie or anything on, like, Letterboxd or with friends or something, even if I'm not a fan of the work or I'm not a fan of the person making them, I always try my best to frame it in a way where I'm being honest about how I feel without trying to, like, harp on the people making them, because they're human beings. And maybe this is because I'm way too fucking empathetic for my own good, but I would rather view something as a work of art first and view the people who and always keep the people who made it in mind first, instead of just being way too critical of it for no good reason, you know?
That's fair.
I approach it from a little bit of a different angle. So it really depends. If it's going to be something like, say, Dial of Destiny with James Mangold, I'm going to be a lot less nice. And it's not just because I have a pre-existing love of Indiana Jones, but it's also because James Mangold went into that film with the absolute explicit intention of doing everything he could to undo the previous film. That was a mandate he made for that movie. And I don't give a shit whether or not you like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull or not, Mangold. That is still part of this franchise's history, and that was the end of Indiana Jones's character arc. In trying to undo that movie, you have fundamentally broken this franchise.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking shitty to do. But nonetheless, it all comes down to the person who's doing it and their approach to it. So in the case of Mangold, you were being an asshole, and I think you're an asshole. But in the case of, like, say, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean, no one who worked on that franchise was trying to undo shit. They weren't trying to ruin anyone else's work. They had fun. They wanted, even the fourth and fifth movie, they wanted to have fun.
That's
like, It's like they were trying to have fun. They were trying to make good movies, and even if it didn't turn out well, like the fourth and fifth movies, I know they at least tried. I know they wanted to make a good movie. Like, I'm not going to give them shit for not making a good movie. If it just doesn't turn out, it doesn't turn out. That happens.
Can I just add something?
I think that's why I usually try to go into anything I can, for the most part, with an open mind, because the execution to me matters more than the concept.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'll say this, just to, like, answer my question, like, the question I asked you about, like, Doug's editing. The only one I can think of off the top of my head, and I'm sure there's definitely more, but one that comes to mind immediately. Have y'all ever seen Fern Gully?
Yeah.
Yes, but not a very long time.
Well, I'll say this. There's a scene in the beginning where Krista, like, you know, encounters these two birds. I don't know what kind of birds they are, but they say, like, "Hello, Krista, what's the apostle?" And the scene was like maybe I don't know how long it was. It wasn't that long, and it wasn't that repetitive. Yeah, but in the review, and, you know, it was a crossover with Lindsay Ellis, but Doug clearly had it recut to where it was a lot longer than it actually was, and way more confusing. And it's like, Doug, that didn't happen in the fucking movie. What is wrong with you? And I know that review is like 15 or 16 years old now, but that always stuck with me. Because when I rewatched the movie, I was like, wait, that scene is not that long. Fuck. You know?
Yeah, the entire notion of doing that is just honestly despicable.
Yeah. I think one of the grosser edits, and this was when I covered the Osmosis Jones review, because
yes.
Oh, the monkey.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am not sure why he decided to cut it to make it seem a lot more perverted than it actually was. It's just, Chimp reached through the bars of the cage and is just shaking Bill Murray around. That's it.
Yeah. But like my thing is too, like the only kinds of films I can think of where they would edit it like that is some weird experimental like psychedelic trip disguised as a movie. Osmosis Jones is not that, you know. So like, what makes you think a PG approved family film from Warner Brothers would have a cut like that, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, just don't misrepresent what happens in a movie. It's as simple as that. Like, I hate that shit.
Even
be honest, don't lie. Don't do it for a joke. You know.
Even if you think a movie's bad, you shouldn't make up lies to explain why it is so.
Exactly.
People worked on that movie, and they didn't work on it for people to fucking lie about their work.
Exactly.
That just makes you what the kids call a dishonest snake.
And it makes me all the more relieved when I hear those beautiful words coming out of John Sanford's mouth about Doug's review of Home on the Range.
I do not know. What's the context?
Okay, so Doug did a Disney-cember of Home on the Range, essentially calling the entire film's efforts lazy, when the film went through so much trouble production behind the scenes, and John Sanford, he just couldn't stand by and let now Home on the Range, it's not a good movie, but damn if this man is gonna let his work get slandered as lazy.
Yeah. Damn. That's my thing. Like, no matter what you consider a movie, like, I think calling anything lazy, in my opinion, that crosses a line.
Doug's analysis is lazy.
If anything, yeah. Ugh. Like, I'll say this. I will say this right now. Of all the terrible movies that he's reviewed, there's more often than not I can see where the projects could have worked. I'll say this right now. Patrol in Central Park is easily one of Don Bluth's worst films, but I can see where it could have actually worked as a legitimately good story. Not even a movie, just a good story. But no, Doug doesn't even do that in his review, and even in recaps, he's just like, well, the movie's for little kids. Like, that's not helping, Doug. You're not adding anything to the fucking conversation. You know?
Yeah. If anything, excusing it as, it's just for, like, preschoolers, it's for toddlers. No, that just implies that children that young don't deserve good things.
Which they do. Every child, you know the famous saying, every child deserves a parent? Well, guess what? Every child also deserves to be treated with fucking respect.
I'm seeing so many people defending Doug Walker against the criticism by John Sanford. And they're saying, like, oh, it's just his thoughts and stuff, and it's so immature of the director. And I'm just like, it's so immature of the director. It's immature of the critic for not being able to criticize something.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'll say this, too. You can say what you want about about John Sanford's response. He has every right to express it that way because he made the fucking movie. He made that movie, and guess what? There's definitely a lot of cases of, like, well, maybe not a lot, just like a good chunk of, like, filmmakers, like artists who, it's one thing when they can't take criticism, it's another thing when they go out of their way to attack people. John Sanford wasn't even attacking Doug, he was just calling him out, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, all he basically said, Doug, this movie went through so much troubled production, you calling the film lazy does not help. Kindly go fuck yourself.
Yeah, literally.
He even said it was like an abrasive, really shitty review, and it's like, yeah, that guy is an asshole, so good, thank you for just telling it as it is. And for people to defend Doug Walker when this guy is basically just throwing the same punch back, my one response is, if you can't play with fire, if you can't take the heat, don't play with fire. That's always my thing. So if somebody's going to say, oh, well, he doesn't deserve to be treated like that, like...
Yeah, if you'll let me do my best El Tigre impression. If you can't take the heat, don't have the chilies.
That's pretty good.
That's what I always hate with people, is that people will try and, like, fuck out of something.
No. Alana, I don't know if this is gonna botch the pronunciation, but Alana Ubach would be proud of you.
People try and buck out of conversations a lot with me sometimes, and they'll be like, oh, well, you were so rude and stuff, and it's like, I'm not, I'm telling it as is, and if you can't handle that, I'm sorry, this is just not the conversation for you. We can kindly end this, like, just don't be stupid.
I despise it when people automatically assume, and I've done this before in the past. So like I'm saying this having regretted doing this before, but I really hate it when people automatically assume that just because somebody says something in maybe a not so delicate way that means that their opinion is worthless. No. If anything, that shows you how passionate that they are about something.
Right, and also, too, here's what I'll also add. Someone was rude to you on the internet. Oh, no, anyways.
Yep.
Grow a spine. Like, sorry, somebody said a no word. Like, the fact that somebody was honestly trying to say he shouldn't have told Doug to go fuck himself. And they're like making a big stink of how he was so immature in that response. Like, or it's the internet and he can say whatever the fuck he wants. And Doug Walker, as a public figure, has to just take that because he's a public figure. He willingly chose this lifestyle. So there's no defending him or whatever. No, that doesn't fly.
He basically forfeit that card.
Yeah. Right. Well, if somebody told me to go fuck myself, I would honestly just say, fair. Like, I wouldn't make this big stick because you can't say that. No, you can. I might not like it, but you can say that. That is well within your right.
Yeah.
I wish I had thicker skin back in the day. I wish somebody could say. Wait, sorry, what? Oh, sorry. I wish like somebody could like point at like a bad review I gave of something, and they say, "Did you talk shit about my favorite movie?" And I could just say, "Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Sorry about that." And then it would be just like conversation over. It's like, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry for overreacting. It's all good, dude." You know?
Yeah, there was also that one Jaden Moon weirdo who said something to the effect of, they hoped that Doug Walker would lose his job and basically die in the streets. Even I thought that was so extreme. And while I didn't directly respond to this person, I basically just put it up as an example of, okay, I dunk on the guy, but if you stoop to saying this kind of shit, you can leave. I do not stand by that shit.
Doug is a person. He's not a good person, but he's a person. He's therefore qualified for all the same luxuries and rights we all enjoy. So the idea of him dying alone in the streets is fucked up. I think what he needs is an awakening, so then he can use his voice for good. But I don't think he should be in any position where he'd be harmed, because, I'm not a fucking shitwit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you're resorting to stuff like that, then if anything, you don't deserve to be on the internet.
Yeah,
I want to be charitable.
You're
talking like Zayd Magenta.
Yeah, I want to be charitable and say that, okay, maybe this is just some child on the internet that really doesn't know how to temper themselves, but even then, I really don't care. Even if you are a passionate kid on the internet, you shouldn't be saying that shit.
Yeah, you really shouldn't. You need to... I mean, this is a great example as to why, like... I'm not trying to, like, toot my own horn, but, like, I've often, like, said I'm not chronically online. That's one of the reasons why. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know, just people, fuck. I can't wait to do the critics video, though. It's gonna be real fun.
And I'm gonna be in it.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
Yep, you're covering Nostalgia Critics section, so I don't have to.
Nice.
Hello, I'm Magma Paint. I'm talking about Nostalgia Critics so the boys don't have to.
I'll be covering probably like Roger Ebert, Gene Siskel. I want to cover Red Letter Media as well because they're fucking. Actually, maybe I'll give that to Sheev because he's the Star Wars guy.
You're not a fan of. Well, what's your basic thoughts on Ebert and Siskel without the video being out? I guess
very, 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 very surface level criticisms. They are.
Good flying.
They're credited with bringing sort of art criticism to the masses through TV because really they were the first of their kind.
Yeah.
But I fundamentally take a lot of issue with how they criticize a lot of movies. A lot of the movies were based entirely on their own personal subjective feelings of the movie rather than any actual measurable qualities of the film.
Right.
Yeah.
Which just categorically is just a fallacy.
Which is interesting. Oh, sorry.
And I also really took issue with specifically Gene Siskel. Gene Siskel would oftentimes give a thumbs up for a movie if the lead on the movie was just hot. And I just fundamentally think that's such a you cannot be considered someone who, brought art criticism to the masses when you're not even criticizing the art. You're praising genetics. Like, what the fuck is this shit? And the fact that every online critic afterwards used Siskel and Ebert as like their go-to inspiration, be it Red Letter Media, be it Jeremy Jans, be it Chris Stuckman, be it Doug Walker, be it any of these fucking wannabe critics, they'll always use Siskel and Ebert as their inspirations. But unfortunately, Siskel and Ebert, I mean, they served their purpose well in the 80s as effectively a tool of marketing. Yeah. But in terms of being actual good critics, they were not. And I remember Ebert as well. He got things frequently wrong about filmmaking. And that's why I also took issue with that as well. It's like, how could you, in good faith, be a critic and discussing these things that you don't have any knowledge on? It's not just a matter of like, you need to have personally worked on a film or whatever. I don't give a shit. Do what you want to do. But at the very least, be well-informed. And if you're not well-informed, you can kindly shut your fucking mouth. And unfortunately, he just didn't do that. And that I took a lot of issue with those two. And then I think the biggest issue with them is the fact that everyone looks at them as like the gold standard of criticism when they are the farthest thing from. Yeah. They're just not.
There's
gold
so
standard
many...
of criticism, I don't think exists. Like, I don't think there's any one critic who like you should strive to be like. No, it doesn't make any sense. Just be objective and be honest. That's it.
If anything, and there's like, and there's so many critics out there too. Like for every Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel, there's a Pauline Kael, a Mark Kermode, an A.O. Scott, and even like online personalities like Lindsay Ellis, Broly Deschanel, Royal Ocean Film Society, etc., etc. Like, there's a million people who can give their own takes on stuff, and whether or not you agree with them is one thing, but it's just how they present themselves and how well informed that they are that I think you should people in general should be a lot more mindful of.
Yeah, and as well too. I mean, I could go, like, I also have issues with Lindsay Ellis, but I have to refresh myself on a lot of her content. But I do remember a lot of her takes were really odd over the years. Very, very much informed by, like, sort of the metatextual political angle for things. rather than, you know, anything in the narrative that can be measured, which always really rubbed me the wrong way, because it's like, you're talking about the real world implications of the story rather than the story itself. How are you criticizing the movie? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So people like her are kind of weird, but obviously, out of all the people who've come out of Channel Awesome, she's definitely one of the least terrible.
Yeah.
Trying to think who else do I have issues with. I have a lot of issues with Chris Stuckman. Chris Stuckman's a fucking numbskull.
I never found Chris Stuckman.
Oh, what's your opinion on Mahler?
Mahler's a fucking asshole. Okay, so this is where things get interesting. Mahler, so I have a bit of a personal angle with Mahler.
Who is
my
Mahler?
friend Southpaw? Do you guys know Southpaw?
Yeah.
No, I don't know who Mahler is.
So my friend Southpaw used to be a frequent guest on EFAP, the podcast that Mahler would run with all of his fucking psychotic, lunatic piece of shit friends. But then there was a whole bunch of stuff that went down, and you're not even going to believe this. Mahler was involved in a rape apologia, and what else? Also, he was involved in what was it? Oh yeah, just like a whole sort of backdoor like cyberbullying campaign against Southpaw and a bunch of other people. There was the whole situation with one member of EFAB who turned out was just a full-blown rapist and pedophile, and Mahler and the rest of his cronies tried to cover that shit up, and it all ties back to all this stupid stuff. And then because Southpaw dared make the claim that Captain America: Civil War was not a good movie, they basically like excommunicated him from the entire goddamn like group.
Bruh.
Like Mahler is a lunatic.
Jesus. That sounds like, yeah. I don't think I even have any comment. Just, ooh.
What the fuck?
I was kind of nervous bringing him up because, like, I was gonna jokingly say, "Careful, they might spend the next 12 hours breaking down on why you're terrible because you said something negative about him."
They've done that with a couple of my friends. My friend, Local Script Man, really, really good YouTube videos on writing. EFAP went after him for his video on the Avatar films, which was stupid because his coverage on those movies was great. Their argument was basically those movies are bad because they don't have internal logic, and the entirety of Local's video was just, yes, they're good because they have a lot of really consistent internal logic, and the characterization is really tight, and the world building is really solid. Basically breaking down how the writing for those movies is a lot tighter than anyone gives it credit for. Yeah. So they're basically in accordance to their own methodology of criticism. Avatar is somehow not a good movie in spite of the fact that it fits literally all the criteria they've ever laid out for a good movie.
It's just
they're fucking dumb.
It's just trendy to hate on the movie.
You know, it's so weird. Like, someone spends so long breaking down like why something is the way it is from like, you know, a genuinely fascinating like viewpoint, and then someone else comes in and like not only tries to say they're wrong but like tries to attack them. I actually remember one of my very favorite videos that Your Movie Sucks ever made was his breakdown on Kimba the White Lion, where he basically like broke down how the whole idea that the Lion King ripped it off, like he pretty much debunked it and proved that it's all horseshit. And for the most part, people were realized like, oh, okay, it's actually not. But there were a few like severely deluded Kimba fans who like were like, they were convinced that like the Lion King did rip off Kimba, which is like, if you look, even if you genuinely believe it did, that shouldn't even take away your enjoyment of Kimba. Just watch the fucking thing and move on. But even beyond that, it's like at that point, you're pretty much just going out of your way to attack someone who is fucking right. I'm sorry, he was right. There's no other way to put it, you know?
Also, too, even if a movie has similar elements to another film, I'll always say this. Imagine a new color.
Exactly.
Ooh. The scope of human imagination is inherently limited, so getting hung up on whether or not a movie is original is just inherently an impossible standard to have, because, like, no story that has ever existed is original. They're based on some element of either human existence or some other story that exists. I mean, you could look at, I don't know, Lion King 2 is Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet is Pyramus and Thisbe. You know, you can go far back with all these legends. Fuck, you look at
any story that follows the
You can look at any,
journey.
like, the hero's journey. Yeah, I mean, I have thoughts on the hero's journey, but
hold
anyways.
on. You mentioned the Lion King too. Lion King is not only based, like, loosely based on Hamlet, but Hamlet is, like, derived from an Icelandic tale. I forget what it was called, but it was the basis for the movie The Northman by Robert Eggers. So it's like, hey, it's totally okay to take from other stories as long as you have something to say, you know?
Again, every story that exists is based on something else, because the number of things that we humans can fucking experience in our own existence is limited. We have not been to other worlds or other dimensions or anything like that, so inherently they're all going to be tied to some element of our own real world. So yeah, there's going to be similarities. That just happens. And I do have thoughts on the hero's journey. I think it's really overrated. I think it's the most overrated thing anyone's ever come up with. Like, I get it, Joseph Campbell, bro knew his fairy tales, but
I was saying it somewhat had its basis in the book of Exodus from the Bible.
Not exactly, yeah. But I get what you're saying. It's just like a random sort of side tangent. I've always just thought the hero's journey is this weird, like, yes, you recognize a pattern, Joseph. Thank you, Joey. Like, sit in the corner. You recognize a pattern. That's pretty cool. Like, I don't know. I've heard people try and excuse, like, the Star Wars sequel trilogy on the basis of, well, Rey underwent the hero's journey. It's just the hero's journey. It's like, the hero's journey is not a formula. It's a fucking pattern that people have recognized in things. It's no different than any other pattern we've recognized in things.
Yeah, that defense is as sound as, but it has themes, you guys.
My thing is, why even have a hero's journey? Why not just have a journey that someone just happens to be on their own free will?
Yeah, it's like the archetype that, I mean, naturally speaking, stories are going to have some similarities to the base concept of what the hero's journey is. That makes sense, you know? Typically speaking, you're going to want to have a protagonist, and you're going to want to put them in a situation that causes the most drama, and as such, you're going to, that typically ends up with them in a situation they don't want to be in, but it's a situation they need to be in for their ultimate destiny, and then they go on a quest, trials and tribulations, eventually there's going to be some kind of climax, and then eventually they either, like, return home a changed person, or they just, don't return home, they just go off into the fucking ether, I guess. It just happens, like, that's just, like, yeah, it's like if I wanted to make it, it's like this, all right? Let's say I wanted to write a story about extracting resources somewhere. Okay, well then, I'm going to probably have everything into two factions. One faction that's, like, pro-environmentalist, one that's anti-environmentalist and just wants the resources. Okay, well, what would I make for a protagonist? Well, probably someone that fits between the two of those. Well, I mean, obviously the guy who's extracting the resources probably needs, some enforcers to help him out with that. Okay, so they hire an army. Okay, cool. And then the environmentalists, I mean, they're probably on the side of, like, whatever group is getting caught in the crossfire. Oh, wait, I just wrote Avatar.
That's what I was thinking. Like, environmentalist thing, I was like, and someone caught in the middle, I was like, so that's Jake Sully.
Yeah. I want to write a movie about, this guy, his girlfriend gets kidnapped. Okay, well, two opposite ends of the spectrum. Well, what if the girl that got kidnapped, what if the guy, the boyfriend, has to go save her, but to save her, he needs to, partner up with someone who'd be a contrasting viewpoint. Okay, well, what if he teams up with some kind of rogue, and then that rogue is a little iffy, and then, this protagonist guy has to be, sort of in line with society for him to just sort of be an everyman, right? Okay, well, now I just wrote Curse of the Black Pearl and kind of Star Wars.
Yep.
The whole girlfriend thing, yeah.
Well, here's a
In
random
Star
one.
Wars, I mean.
In A New Hope, they were clearly set up to be a love interest situation. That was an Empire Strikes Back change, or Return of the Jedi change, actually.
Yep. And then the prequel trilogy ruined it.
I don't really say they ruined that. They ruined a lot of other things, though.
Well, maybe not necessarily ruined it, but because they didn't double check that oversight. Oh, now you got unfortunate implications.
I mean, I'd put that more in Return of the Jedi, because that was a film that fully committed to the bit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like, either way, like, they'd have to explain it in some capacity if they were to cover a prequel. I'd say the prequels ruined one thing, though.
What?
This is gonna be a hot take. They ruined the Force.
Oh.
Not even, the abilities the Force uses. I genuinely think they ruined the Force's presence in Star Wars, because they always use the will of the Force as an excuse for things that happen, right?
Right.
Either these things are insanely contrived that just happen out of nowhere, like, say, they happen to bump into the literal most powerful fucking being in the universe, or potentially most powerful being in the universe, on their mission to go get a new Nubian hyperdrive on Tatooine. So either that's just a complete convenience, or it's the will of the Force dictating things. Either way, that's kind of fucked, because if it's a contrivance, congratulations, you just broke the entire series by basically predicating everything on not an inciting incident, because that's not the inciting incident. That is a contrivance. They happen to find him. The inciting incident is the fact there's an invasion on Naboo. Or if it's the will of the Force, well, to what extent does the will of the Force exist? Right? Is the will of the Force just something that, lightly influences things? Because now we don't even know whether or not our characters actually have free will.
Yep.
Theoretically, you could have a character do something completely out of character and just say it's the will of the Force, because, hey, it's the will of the Force, man.
Damn, you just solved everything.
Damn.
Me just annihilating the Star Wars prequels, which, by the way, I do have to add, I love those movies, but, as much as I love them, they're not good, and I kind of have to admit it.
Okay. And of course, because 2010's online movie discourse had to be 2010's online movie discourse, let's bully this child actor.
Again, I cannot recommend my friend's Avatar videos, because he said, back in the days when this film came out, somebody could just make a video saying this child actor in this movie is annoying as fuck, and everyone just nod their heads and internalize it forever.
Yeah, you know what? You're talking about Doug Walker. He used to do that all the time with Jake Lloyd. And it's like, dude...
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you find out what happened to Jake Lloyd, and it's just depressing.
I'm not saying,
and depressing.
I don't know if Doug does that anymore, but regardless, just looking back at this, it's just such bad taste.
Yep.
Such fucking bad taste. It was bad taste then, and it's bad taste now.
Gen X was the worst thing to ever happen to media discussion.
Sometimes when he acknowledges... Sometimes when he acknowledges Anakin from Phantom Menace, it's usually in the level of if he's a realistic kid.
Yeah.
Kids are weird. Let's not. Also, basing. Sorry, I should pause. Hold on. I think my brain's gonna explode. He's looking at a movie and questioning whether or not a character is realistic.
I hate that shit.
This is something okay. If you have to, this is exactly what I was talking about with CGI. If you are wondering, why isn't this movie realistic? I'm not going to take you seriously. You are watching art. You are watching an interpretation of reality.
Yes.
That movies, okay, even movies that paint something as realistically as possible, it's not 100% reality. It's called believability. And also, the argument, these kids in these movies don't act like kids. What is even, oh my god, who even asks that? Every human being, child or adult, is different. You cannot claim that every kid in media should be a certain way if all you watch are what you grew up on. You cannot say, oh, this movie isn't realistic if you spend your time just watching Star Wars, The Matrix, or whatever. Throw that realism argument into the trash can, light it on fire, and throw it in the fucking ocean.
Right. And
characters fundamentally cannot be realistic because they're inherently a facsimile of real human existence. I mean, no one character is going to have the entire lived experience, nuance, and ideology of a real person that would inform the actions a real person would take in real life.
Not to mention, also take into account the rules of each world. Let's say, for example, Kids Next Door. Okay, kids don't have that much power, but you can.
I wish they did. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but you can basically buy into the idea of the two generations being at, like the two stages of life being at odds with each other, just locked in eternal war, and teenagers are a whole nother front. So.
Yeah. Well, even not even just that. I'm thinking of Calvin and Hobbes. Some people who don't like
Calvin and Hobbes is so good.
I know it's one of my favorite things of all time. But some people, and you know, I'm not gonna harp on anyone who thinks this way because I think they have, you can view anything you want. A lot of people who don't like the comic strip view, well, for one thing, that they think Calvin is like a grown up in a kid's body or something, and I can see where they're coming from. My thing is, Calvin is supposed to be smarter than people view him as, but he's still a 6-year-old at heart. So even if he's mentally mature, he's still pretty juvenile. So even if he has all these arrogant thoughts, guess what? Kids can have very pompous views of themselves, but kids are not arrogant. I will say this right now: children are not arrogant. They think a certain way, but they're not informed about the world. So if Calvin has the mind of an adult, then that should not negate how he still has a very active imagination.
Unless you are explicitly drawing from the real world, I don't think the real world matters at all in a story. So when I say drawing from the real world, I don't necessarily mean in an allegorical sense. I do mean in the sense of, if you have a movie with humans and someone gets shot in the chest, I wouldn't expect for that person to be perfectly fine because, in this universe, unless it's established prior, I wouldn't expect that, in this universe, humans can just regrow, the hole in their chest from being blown out with a shotgun.
Right.
I wouldn't expect that logically. It's just a logical inference that wouldn't jive. But in the case of realism, drawing from reality for a character, why does that matter? It's the same thing with dialogue. People will say this movie has bad dialogue because people don't talk like that. And I'm just people talk in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, I talk differently than you guys. People 20 years ago talk differently than now. People 30 years ago talk differently than now. Go further back, you find people that talk really. Look, there are some people that talk in the same grammatical syntax as Yoda.
Oh no! I thought of something.
That's what Doug Walker ripped on Spider-Man trilogy for.
Well, he's a fucking idiot because how do you quantify what bad dialogue is outside of discussing character?
Spider-Man is based on a fucking comic. Of course, it's gonna have dialogue like that.
And then of course,
no.
And then of course,
I thought of something.
Go ahead.
I thought of something just now. Have y'all ever seen the Lighthouse with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson?
I have not, but I have a friend that always sends gifs of it.
Such a good movie. But so that film, I don't remember what time period it takes place in, but it takes place. I think it's a New England tale to an extent, but the film's two characters, they communicate in each other. Their dialect is how people of 19th century New England spoke to each other back in the day. So you can still comprehend it. It's just a little easier to comprehend with dialogue. But I can just imagine if Doug Walker talked about that fucking movie, I guarantee you he would take issue with the dialogue. He would say, I understand the artistry behind it. I think it's very interesting, but I don't see the point in it or something. You could easily have them talking this way. You know what, Doug? I'm not even going to justify your reasoning because you don't understand. What the fuck was his name? Dan Olson said it best. You are a fundamentally incurious person who is not.
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can accurately restate that bit. Doug wants to make art, he wants to be a filmmaker, but he just can't because he's a fundamentally incurious person who doesn't care much for what other people think or feel, and all of his ideas boil down to, what if Batman met Mario?
Pretty much.
Gen X is the worst thing to have ever happened to media discussion.
You expect the guy like that to cover the White House accurately? Fuck no.
Nope.
I will actually die on that hill. Like, Gen X, let's really break this down for a second. That generation is the most catered to generation in all of fucking media history. All of our movies now are designed in some way to give Gen X a little nostalgia boner. Literally everything that comes out is designed to pander to them. And then as well with that too, they were the forefathers of the media discussion we have online right now.
Yep.
Red Letter Media, Nostalgia Critic, fucking all that stuff, to this day is impacted by their interaction with the internet. Here's the thing. We millennials, we inherited the internet. Gen Z, they inherited the cancerous internet that we left them. Gen X, they were the founders. They were the ones who set the trends. And they were the ones who fucked up right away.
Damn.
So I blame them for screwing up media discussion to a point where now the stuff that studios listen to is basically their criticisms that they made over and over and over again for years, like, say, Jake Lloyd being annoying, that type of shit carried over. It carried over, man. And then here we are now, where that somehow is an acceptable talking point against a movie. Oh, this child actor is annoying as fuck. Or anything like CGI bad. Now studios are going out of their way to hide CGI in movies. Like Top Gun Maverick or the Barbie movie, they both did that. And they're not crediting visual effects artists because of that as well. This is all because Gen X decided to take issue with fucking everything. And they were stupid and they didn't make good criticisms.
Social media
I will die on the hill. They ruined media discussion. They ruined it.
Social media was a mistake. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it was a mistake. But I'll blame them above all else, because, man, they were so fucking selfish. Out of all generations, they're by far the most selfish when it comes to media.
That explains why Seth MacFarlane has a career.
Damn.
I just thought of that. See, my thing... Well, yeah, actually, no, I can't really argue with that. He's still talented, but yeah, a lot of Gen Xers... This is exactly why I never got into fandoms, let alone communities of pop culture. Anyway.
But yeah, it's insufferable, honestly. That's why I get so annoyed when I hear some old fucker like Doug take issue with Will and Elizabeth, or it's like, no, you're stupid. You are.
Yeah.
I thought about this too.
They're damn solid characters, you stupid fucking Italian bastard. I have nothing against Italians, but he's a fake Italian because he was just born there. He was just born there. He's like...
I'll say this. It's saying how shitty internet discussion is when people automatically assume that the baby from the first Ice Age movie is like the worst thing ever. I'm like,
it's a fucking baby.
Have you seen Ice Age? The baby is fine. It is a normal baby. Like, I just don't understand how people... Like,
Is it more on the realistic end? Yeah. But, well, I say realistic as in, like for...
An angry baby from Tin Toy, I can make some exceptions,
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, yeah,
but one
even
baby
that.
I would kick.
Oh, damn.
One of the many babies I would kick.
I would
What the
never
hell?
kick.
Oh, that reminds me of that one meme that I posted over in C's server. It's just like this 3x3 grid, and it has at the top, the qualifiers. No, why would I? I could, and I cannot attend work today because, and going down the other side, you have feed the ducks, kick a baby, buy 28 light bulbs from Home Depot. Barbosa is, I could kick a baby.
I mean,
and Doug, why did I say Doug? I meant Jack Sparrow. God damn it. Doug is so much of a brain cancer.
Maybe the reason Charlie Brown always tried to kick that football is because he imagined it as a baby.
No.
Me when I personify my enemies into inanimate objects just so I can enact my revenge.
Man,
but no,
I say that, people think I'm
Captain
insane.
Jack Sparrow is, I cannot attend work today because I must feed the ducks.
I came in.
He's literally me for real.
I came in here when y'all were talking about Wreck-It Ralph 2, and now we've come full circle shitting on Nostalgia Critic again.
It's just fun.
Speaking of whom,
it is fun.
Yeah, I mean, what I hope someday, I know it's not going to happen because he's contracted to play the Nostalgia Critic literally for the rest of his life. But I really hope someday that channel kind of just kind of fades into obscurity. Like, I know it sounds kind of shitty, but I don't want that channel to be one of the faces of online criticism and stuff like that when they're so clearly incapable of doing some basic fucking research for things. It borders on misinformation at a point, you know?
Yeah, I don't even know if they are anymore, but I could be wrong. But
I have no idea. They still have millions of subscribers, and they still pull in hundreds of thousands of views a video. That for me is just really disturbing. It's not a good look.
It's really not.
Which is why I basically said, for better or for worse, Doug is the face of online internet movie reviews, and I expect him to act that responsible.
Yeah, act the way that you should act, not how people want you to act.
Yeah.
Anyway, all the right moves. Didn't you have something to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's funny you brought up The Matrix, because Doug just kind of slides up and down the octave when it comes to judging those movies, especially the first one. Says he likes to say the symbolism is so obvious, but he also just completely misunderstands them as well.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even seen The Matrix in years, so I'll have to watch it at some point. But you are right. It's like going back to I mentioned Pink Floyd's The Wall. It's weird how he can say a movie is so juvenile and full of itself when the symbolism is so pathetic, and yet he complains when a song about Pink starting a fucking hate movement is vague. How is that vague, Doug, in any way, shape, or form? How did you interpret that as being vague? If anything, that song is the most unsubtle song in the entire fucking movie, which is saying something. Just...
Have you guys ever seen Melvin, Brother of the Joker?
No, and I never will. Never will.
By the way, back to Nostalgia Critics revealed The Wall. Don't even get me started on the song that bring the room time down. Saying that the movie was too long and all that.
All that, yeah.
Again, it's the same one as At World's End. Do not ever make the criticism that something is too long unless you can literally mathematically calculate how long a movie should be to determine how long it is.
Exactly.
I'll say this. Many years ago, when I was in my first college, I watched The Wall, and I was kind of bored of it. It wasn't my thing. But I guarantee you, even though Doug's review is shorter than the movie, I guarantee you it feels longer than the fucking movie.
Yeah.
Damn.
You know what's funny? So my
shorter.
boss hates Nostalgia Critic just as much as me.
Base.
And what's hilarious is that he was on a vacation, and he and his boyfriend spent the entire vacation binging all of nostalgia, like all the Doug Walker movies. Like, I think To Boldly Flee is like 4 hours long. So I don't ever want to hear a nostalgia critic complain, oh, the movie's too long. No. You made a 4-hour-long movie. You can shut the fuck up.
How can you make, Doug, you can't make that argument when you, one of your, like, your initial swan song for your character is 4 hours. Most movies don't even clock it at 2 hours, let alone 4.
To be fair, I think that was like initially released as like a series, and then someone pieced it together.
I get that, but
keep it as a series.
Yeah, keep it as a series. Don't come on.
There's a reason it's a series. There's a reason why a TV series will keep itself as a TV series rather than be re-released as a movie, because typically it causes issues.
Yeah.
But like the bigger problems with To Boldly Flee was that it felt like just Doug stroking his own ego, and it took itself too seriously.
Yeah.
For like a team that specializes in comedy and all that.
Doug Walker stroking himself? I don't want to think of that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No. I mentioned this in a
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, it's okay. But I mentioned this in a previous call. Like, to this day, I genuinely don't know why Doug thought, like, covering the wall warranted a review, or a quote-unquote review like that. Like, if it was something that was more to his niche, I could at least understand. But to this day, I have no idea why he wanted to cover Pink Floyd's The Wall. Never mind that it's clearly out of his comfort zone to do something like that in general. But just like that execution, like, it blows my mind. I don't understand it at all. I genuinely don't.
Yeah. He gets under my skin so much.
Yeah.
And
if he dies, I want, this is a hot take, if he dies, I want his brain to be like chronicled and studied and analyzed.
I don't think there's much to analyze. I think he just had a very sort of sheltered existence where, I mean, I can psychoanalyze him because he's very similar to someone I know that I work with. I think I've mentioned it before, someone that I fucking hate because he's a very self-absorbed piece of shit. Typically, people who are very self-absorbed are people who have very, very sheltered existences.
Yep, I've known a lot of people like that.
Yeah, like they just turn out to be really full of themselves because they never got any pushback in their entire lives. And I think Doug is very much in the same camp.
Yeah, I don't even know if he ever got pushed back as far as I know, but, yeah, who knows, like...
Well, he'll get pushback, and then his defenders will say,
no, that's just his opinion.
You're allowed to have opinions, but you're also allowed, but, okay, you can't have opinions without expecting to be called out.
I will go way further than that. It's his opinion. It's also a wrong opinion.
Based on factually incorrect. Based on factually incorrect.
Because opinions and facts aren't exactly opposites like some people think they are. Opinions are basically your interpretation of facts, so you can have a correct opinion. Yeah.
I'll say this. It's one thing to have a misinformed opinion. It's another thing when others believe that opinion is factually correct. It's like, okay, what are we even doing here anymore?
At that point, it's just dick sucking.
Yeah, like, I love being informed that I might be wrong. As Magma said, there's a good chance I might be wrong, and you know what? I welcome being proven wrong. If it's like, oh, okay. You know, I'm happy about that, you know?
Humility. I like it.
Yeah. You need humbleness in your fucking life.
Melvin, brother of the Joker.
Oh, God.
Hell.
Hey, my wife left me.
What have you done?
I'll do you one better.
Why is Gamora?
Well, that, but No. Hey, what's up, man? Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Fuck yeah, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Listen, Doug, I will admit this right now. I was a huge nostalgia critic fan for pretty much my entire high school life. And then changed the channel.
Time to hunt down your high school self and execute him.
Well,
That's how Change the Channel happened. I was halfway through high school.
Go back in time as a Terminator. Are you EMC? Yeah. And then just unload the fucking clip. The sunglasses and everything.
Where is EMC? He's in his basement. Thank you.
Wrong.
I'll be back.
But no, like, well, even shortly before the Change the Channel movement happened, I mean, I was realizing that Doug's content was getting worse and worse, and like, it doesn't take like, okay, you can like Doug's videos, you can hate them, whatever, but I think even a lot of people who are fans could at least say, you know, there's a good chance that Doug often doesn't know what he's talking about, you know? Really, if anything, like the die-hard fans, the one... Magma said it perfectly. You're more scared of your fans than your enemies, right?
Right. And of course, we have cases like John Lemon and Serena to...
Yeah. This is, honestly... I would hate it for Doug to meet that kind of person. He doesn't even deserve that. That is, no one should ever witness a fan like that. Anyway.
Yeah. That got dark real quick.
Yeah. Anyway, in lighter news, SpongeBob got loose.
Timothy Chalamet says he keeps his Dune popcorn bucket under his bed.
Interesting.
I'll say something really
Very.
Those things sell for like $100 on eBay.
Oh yeah.
You know what's funny? To this day, I've never seen those movies, but I really want to read the original book.
I've done both.
Movies are good.
I'll take
the
your word
book is
for it.
awesome.
You know what's funny? A lot of people compared Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind to Dune, and they're kind of similar-ish, but there's one key difference about those films, those two properties, that make them significantly different. Dune, and I'm saying this as someone who's only seen Nausicaa and has never read Dune, or even seen the movies, but Dune's I'm probably also getting this interpretation a little wrong, but from what I remember, Nausicaa was about bringing peace instead of violence, whereas Dune was largely about bringing violence. Again, I'm probably wrong about that.
Dune is weird in the sense that it's not really about bringing violence. It's more so a cautionary tale about following messiahs and sort of religious leaders or politically savvy people. It's more... It doesn't really advocate for or against or anything like that when it comes to violence. It more just says violence as a byproduct of that, because that's the fear, is like you follow someone, you know, to your dying breath.
Yeah.
What, to what extent does that include? What kinds of things will you do for your leader?
Man, a good chunk of the media, some of my favorite media out there are like films and shows or whatever that are pretty much cautionary tales about, like, this isn't one of my favorite things, but like, have you all seen the movie Honora with Mikey Madison?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'm not going to spoil anything, but if you watch that movie, you will realize that it is a cautionary tale about, you know, what you dream of is not actually what it will turn out to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You really have to be careful of what you wish for, because even no good deed goes unpunished, and no wish will be flawless, or something like that.
Yeah. It's fascinating stuff.
Yeah. But you know what? Even fucking I'll just give another random example, because we were talking about like Disney movies earlier. you could argue that, to a very certain extent, you could argue that even Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is a cautionary tale about, not, how do I put this delicately? It is a cautionary tale of trust.
Yeah.
I think that's a good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that's a good way to interpret it.
That tracks.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what's funny? You mentioned this way earlier this season, but I remember rewatching Snow White a couple of years ago, and I was like, "This is really fucking good."
I know, right?
It's just
again, old Disney movies just were fucking solid because they had people in charge who actually gave a shit.
Yep.
It was largely because they wanted to make that fucking movie. They really wanted to make that movie. And what's funny is they spent 3 years preparing it, and by the time it was out, believe it or not, MGM's Wizard of Oz was made to cash in on Snow White's success.
Bruh.
Yep.
But it was still a fucking good movie on its own. But man, yeah, no. Oh, you were saying?
I know this was like a thing, especially on YouTube in the previous decade. But people like to say like those old Disney movies haven't aged well and all that.
Yes, they have. Well, okay.
They're wrong and stupid, and they deserve to be taken out back and shot.
There are a few arguments I can understand. Here's my thing. The only reason that Snow White even initially trusted the old queen disguised as the hag is because she's a kind-hearted individual.
Yeah.
And she was taken advantage of.
Yeah, innocent people always get taken advantage of like that, and they're prime for that type of shit.
So if people say, "Oh, Snow White is blah blah blah," need I remind you what a fairy tale is? For fuck's sake, I said before, Snow White is a cautionary tale of trust.
Yeah.
God.
And if someone's gonna complain about a fairy tale being a fairy tale, why are they watching a fairy tale?
Yeah, at that point, you might as well complain, why does this cartoon have wacky shit happening in it? I don't know, maybe it's because it's a fucking cartoon?
Yeah.
Ugh. It's just weird.
Yeah, I'm just... I don't know. Most of the arguments people make against older Disney movies, they don't really make good ones. Even for something like racism, right? I'm a black guy. I should probably be the first person to be up in arms over something like racism, but I also recognize that they come from a different fucking time.
Yep.
Let's not look at the depictions of people in this movie and treat that as this terrible indictment of the quality. It's like, no, they were just made in a different time. And also, morals are an entirely subjective concept. So, let's not get hung up over something that literally is determined based on when something released to say whether or not this piece of media is good, because conflating those two just doesn't work and makes it so any piece of media is somehow able to change over time, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I'll say this too, you meant, the whole racism thing, even though this is a very complicated topic, I still love the Dumbo. It's one of my favorite Disney movies.
Damn,
I can absolutely see why people take issue with the crows.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's I understand why this is insensitive and stuff, but in terms of the quality of the film, it's just that's not even something I'd even bring up,
Yeah, right. It's really.
It's still a pretty sound story.
Yeah, that movie, in my opinion, I think Dumbo is one of the most concise, not only Disney movies, just one of the most concise stories I've ever seen put to film.
Peter Pan is also really brilliantly executed, which is, no surprise there. It's a cultural staple. But the fact that so many people get hung up on the portrayal of the natives, I get why that happens.
Yeah.
We also have to sit there and ask ourselves, okay, this came out in the 50s.
And
people were in this weird craze of like being obsessed with the whole, like sort of air quotes Indian iconography, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense. It's if something were to be released today that had that, we'd be like, okay, that's fucked up. But it's the 50s. You got to temper your expectations with that shit. And even if it's really fucked up, it's a minor part of the film anyways. It's like...
Yeah,
well, and
also,
then
when you also think about it from the perspective of the child characters, of course they'd want to try and befriend these people instead of actually conquer them.
Well,
right.
yeah.
Because kids are not born hating people. We unfortunately teach them to hate, and that's just gross.
Yeah.
We teach them to hate for economic reasons. It's never because we actually think there's a good reason. It's just because we want fucking money.
You know, maybe...
Seriously, it's really fucked up. You look in the history of racism, it all comes down to economics.
Honestly, maybe it's because I grew up around like a very culturally and racially diverse town, but I don't think I've ever really had a problem with anybody unless they're an asshole. Not based on their skin or their gender or anything. It all just boils down to if you're a nice person to me.
I have bullied people on the basis of something they can't change about themselves, but that's mostly because they're from the Balkans.
I had this one kid who bullied me. I had many bullies, but this one in particular, it started off because one kid in the entire school who had biracial parents.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. Boy, you know, bigotry
people call me the N-word in high school.
Oh, fuck.
Man.
Bigotry
got used to it after a while.
Bigotry is not only, like, distasteful, it's dangerous. Like, it's severely dangerous, and the more people finally wake up and realize it, and, you know, I'm the last person who should talk about this, but the more people actually sit down and realize how dangerous it is, then we will actually have something to talk about and say, yeah, we need to fucking change.
Yeah. I just think it's funny. I got called the N-word in high school. Do you know what ended up happening to the people who did that?
What?
You ate their livers?
With some fava beans and a nice Chianti. No, what I just
was gonna say,
kind of beating.
Wait.
I was gonna say you castrated them.
It was nothing special. I just beat them up outside of school.
Nice.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah, they learn afterwards. Don't do that.
No, dude. In some cases, the only way to like stop people from doing shit is like fighting back. Unfortunately.
If nothing else is an option, then, you know, violence is a last resort. Fuck it. Mm-hmm. Break their hands.
Yeah. And I'm not a violent person, believe me.
I am, but I have to contain the rage. But, yeah, it's just, it's goofy and silly. I mean, again, all that stuff really does come down to fucking economics. It's really all it is. It's the reason we have the entire concept of nationalism and division and stuff like that all comes down to how does a government enforce its will on the populace to be able to make as much money off of them? So they create the artificial idea of a national identity, and then from that, they give you a reason to rally behind a cause, that cause being protecting the borders that exist, so then that government protects its own self-interests. That's the only reason any form of division exists between human beings, is strictly because these fucking powerful people want to keep themselves in power. That's it.
Damn.
It's not like we're gonna go out of our way to do anything about it.
And I've said on previous streams that I don't think anyone has genuinely heard me get angry. Like,
no,
me yelling at Doug Walker, you can tell, yeah, I'm pissed, but some of the actual raging might just be played for laughs.
Yeah. Also,
if I get mad on YouTube, it's just like I'm like a quiet mad, or if it's going to be played up. My actual mad, have you guys seen the Thor movies?
Yeah, the first one, 1,000,000.
You know when Odin sort of snaps at Thor? Like, he just snaps at him?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, just loses his fucking shit. Like, goes absolutely apeshit on him.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's basically what it's like when I get mad. So a lot of people don't really like that.
Yeah, you do not want to see me mad. It is like literally earlier today, I was like losing it because of like how shitty the Wi-Fi is in my house. Again, you do not want to see me mad.
So, if I get like mad, my voice gets raised so goddamn loud it can make people go fucking deaf. It's not fun.
Yeah.
When I get mad, you'll know that I'm mad.
It looks like those things need a blue eco
Yeah,
charge.
I've gotten mad at people before, but I've never had to yell at them.
No. I don't like being angry, honestly. I really don't. And unfortunately, like, anger is a very healthy emotion, but I think it should be used in moderation.
Right.
Like, I couldn't live with myself if, like, for example, in one of these calls, I snapped at someone and just yelled at them. I would feel sick to my fucking stomach. I would feel like shit for so long, even if the person forgave me, because I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. You know.
I know how that feels.
Yeah. This call turned into one big therapy session.
Sometimes a little therapy is good, you know what I'm saying?
No, a lot of therapy is good.
Yeah.
If you guys heard her side of the story, you'd probably look at me different, but
it's okay.
At least I'm gonna acknowledge it. I said if I ever hurt the one I love, I could never forgive myself.
Yeah.
And I unfortunately did.
Oh.
Like, just because I couldn't keep a promise. And instead of going like, you're right, I was wrong, I should have kept my word, instead I was like, oh, so it's all about how you feel. It's not about how I feel, huh?
Well...
And I said the 3 words I never should have said. I hate you.
Ooh, yeah, well, I can't really speak too much on that. Like, I don't know what the personal situation was, but I don't know. Like, there's still a lot more to life than, like, one incident. And I'm not saying you shouldn't feel how you feel. Like, you have every reason to, but, I don't know. I don't know if I'm phrasing this right, but I don't think allowing these thoughts to, like, eat inside your head is always the best idea, if that makes sense.
Wow! You raised a piece of the underwater ruins to the surface.
I'm sorry that happened, though.
Ways we've never seen before. A power cell surfaced with the room. Climb up there and get it.
It's been almost 6 months.
It's okay. It's good. It's good. It's good to open up about these things, you know?
Like, it's been all 6 months, but I still regret that. I wish I could just take it all back.
Yeah.
And I've had problems in another server as well. At the time, I was very arrogant, and I didn't think I was doing anything wrong.
I've been in a similar vein. I have quite a few regrets too. So, you know, I live with them, but there's not much I can really do about them other than just moving on and being a better person. You know,
like these are the incidents that got me like blacklisted on that server. The first major incident, I was trying to warn some individuals in there that there's some weird people on the internet who like make inappropriate art revolving around children.
Yeah.
Which I know is like a very touchy subject, but I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. I was trying to give them a heads up, but they were like, don't talk about it. But
yeah, that's
I had this feeling like they were just throwing my words back in my face, and I was like, What? I'm trying to give you a heads up and you're not going to listen?
See, the internet is kind of the last place to have those conversations, but I will say, it doesn't matter if it's on the internet or a private friend group. If any group refuses to hear any form of warning signs, no matter how the person interprets it, then that's not really a group to be around.
Honestly, at that point, if they're just willing to ignore all the warning signs, it's on them at that point.
Exactly.
It's kind of like saying, hey, there's a hurricane coming to Florida, la la la, I can't hear you, la la la, and you're just sitting there like,
And next thing
okay,
you know, your
good luck,
house
dude.
is underwater.
But get this.
Yeah,
like, in Florida right now.
I can't tell you how many people fucking were saying, hey guys, I'm doing a stream, I'll be streaming through the storm, and I would message them and be like, dude, get out of there. No, you're not. If you stay during the storm, you're not coming back.
You'd be
I cannot tell you how many of those people went offline, bro.
Dude, I have a funny story, not about the internet, but one of the lead animators of Lilo and Stitch, Andreas Deja, he animated Lilo, and he said in an interview, because he mostly worked on the movie in Florida at the Disney Orlando studio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the old animation building they have there.
Yeah.
Got turned into a museum for Star Wars stuff at Hollywood Studios.
Yep, in secret. Otherwise, Disney would make sure that we live in the worst timeline where Lilo and Stitch does not exist.
We already do live in the worst timeline.
But no. So what was it? Yeah, so he worked on most of the movie in Florida, and then at one point there was going to be like a hurricane happening, and the Deja naturally got really scared about that. He's like, oh well, I don't want to be here when there's a hurricane happening. But a lot of the locals were telling him, no man, stay, we all have hurricane parties, and Deja's like, nope. No. I'm with him, honestly. Like, I don't give a fuck if the hurricane is minor or major. I ain't staying there.
In Orlando, hurricanes really aren't that bad, though. Since it's Central Florida, the hurricane decelerates a shit ton by that point.
Yeah.
The worst that happens is like a tree will be broken or something. The coast is where it's really dangerous. So if you're on like a beach or something, you got a home that's right on a beach. In Florida and a hurricane hits, you could be royally fucked.
Yeah, I don't ever want to own a beach house in any place, let alone Florida.
My parents own a beach house. I'm in it right now.
Oh shit!
Man.
Yeah.
Is it in good state?
It's good. It's not like right on the beach, but it's close enough. Theoretically, if a hurricane were to happen, this place would actually be kind of okay. Because here's the weird thing, right? It's slightly uphill.
Interesting.
Okay. So unless sea levels rise like 10 feet, it's fine.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna knock on wood for y'all's safety.
I don't live here.
Well, even so. The only famous person on the internet.
He lives on a pirate ship. That's his permanent home.
The Dutchman sails as his commands.
We are serving a dude. Willem Dafoe needs to play more pirates. That dude has the perfect voice.
Agreed. Either Willem Dafoe or Jeremy Irons would make an awesome Pirates of the Caribbean villain.
Oh,
hell yeah! I'm sold.
Man, I just love Willem Dafoe, and I think I may have a bit of a crush on him.
Based. I remember reading some stuff about the original draft for Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. It was the one done by Terry Rossio, who worked on the first 3 films and worked on the fourth film as well. Before that, went under a bunch of studio rewrites and stuff. But his original draft for the 5th movie was going to have a British naval captain, Ghost, as the villain.
Ooh.
Now imagine that played by Jeremy Irons.
Oh, man.
He was also going to go into a lot of stuff involving Jack and sort of his legacy, and he's getting older and all that stuff. So like, how would he respond to a world where he's basically becoming a forgotten memory. So
yeah, oh man,
that would have been fucking sick. And then having a literal ghost be the antagonist of a story about somebody feeling like they're fading into sort of the darkness of old age.
That is metal as fuck.
We need more stories. Not even just in like a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I would pay good money to see any movie with that kind of concept, even if it sucks ass, because that idea is just so good.
All right, I'm gonna make it.
All right. Have a good night.
What?
Oh wait. You said
no. He said that he was going to make that movie.
I interpreted that so wrong. I apologize. No, you absolutely should make it. I will pay. Magma said that she would. I forget what idea she had, but I said if she made a movie, I would be the first one in the theater. If you make that kind of movie to see, I will be the first one in the theater too.
Oh hell yeah!
I think it was a proper. Yeah, I think I said that I wanted to make a proper telling of the Snow Queen. You know.
Yes.
You know the Disney movie that we never got because Let It Go is more popular.
We need an interpretation of the Snow Queen from someone who works outside of the corporation.
I feel like Let It Go is only cringe because the outside masses made it cringe. I feel like in terms of story, it's actually fairly decent and could have been even better if they didn't try to market it so hard within the second movie.
Yeah.
I have issues with how Let It Go is presented in the first movie. It is really presented in a way that's non-toxic in spite of the fact that the lyrics are very clearly designed to be a very toxic narrative. Like, it is explicitly stating she's basically giving up on her family and stuff, but then the film itself, for whatever reason, they present it as if this is like some empowering great thing.
Yeah.
But like, no,
Lion King showed that was a bad thing.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do have something I'm working on. It's not quite a movie, it is a TV miniseries, so I'll let people know once that's a thing. It should be cool.
I stopped developing this at one point. I'll go back to developing it at some point, but I do have an idea for a play I want to do sometime in the future where basically it was me saying, how could I do Troll in Central Park better? How could I interpret the story in a different way?
Funny enough, A Troll in Central Park was basically the film that, remember I told you about the second pedophile earlier?
Oh.
I think so.
Yeah. It was the context of that film in which my friend on his alt account was asking this person about cute kids and like, what do you mean by that?
Oh, God.
Because this person was saying he really loved A Troll in Central Park because of the cute kids.
Yeah, no, I'm grabbing the wood chipper.
No, dude, I've... having worked in education, well, art education, hearing stuff like that just grinds my gears. You know what really grinds my yeah, I can't talk. You know what really grinds
Griffin.
Yeah. You know what really grinds my gears? People who say that they love kids too much. And you know what? I got something to say to you. Have you ever loved an adult the same way you love a kid? That's what I thought. Fuck you.
Yeah. I'd love to do lots of different things. I mean, I'm a firm believer that I think there's a lot of value in kids' media, and I don't ever want to make that. Basically, I'm making a rule for myself that is going to dictate the entire rest of my professional career. I don't want to make a single film exclusively for adults.
Ooh. Truth be told, I don't either. I don't think I'm good at that, honestly.
Well, I'm sure I could. I've done short films and stuff that have adult material in them, but I find it more fulfilling, the idea of giving kids something to believe in and to give parents something to love with their kids.
I've wanted to make a children's book for so fucking long.
Based.
I don't even know what it would be about. I want to tell I want to tell a story similar to the kinds of stories I grew up on as a kid that spoke to me. I will die on this hill right now and say, as problematic as Dr. Seuss is in some ways, his work spoke to me, and I want to entice that, like bring some of what he inspired to me, and bring it on to like a general audience.
Pro tip: start with a theme, extrapolate from your theme your characters, extrapolate from your characters the plot. Work with that specific work sort of order of operations, and you should be good.
So, way ahead of you.
It's crazy.
So speaking of inspirational artists, book artists, what do you think? What's your opinion on how they did H.P. Lovecraft by taking away his rewards?
I love his cat.
Ooh. I don't even know if I can really comment.
I share a name with his cat.
No.
I honestly don't think it was right. I don't think that he deserved to have his awards taken away because the guy's fucking dead.
Well,
he can't sit there and defend his position.
Well, let me ask you this, because that kind of makes me think of this. This is not the same type of medium or person, but when I think of people like posthumously like being like their legacy has been tarnished by how evil they actually were, I think of someone like Jimmy Savile, who was, if you guys don't know who he was like this world-renowned British entertainer who turned out to be a massive monster behind the scenes. I'm not even, but I think a lot of his rewards and even like honors were revoked after people found out, and he had already been dead. But I think the key thing, H.P. Lovecraft has been dead way longer. Like, his legacy has lasted longer than his entire life, which is to say he didn't even live very long. Jimmy Savile, on the other hand, like, he died like a little more than a decade ago, and shortly after.
What was Jimmy Savile's folly? I want to know.
He basically groomed and manipulated a lot of people. Most of them were children.
So, I think that the difference between Lovecraft and Savile is that Lovecraft, so they took away his rewards for being racist, bigoted, etc., whatever have you, right? All the buzzwords. He was living in a time when that kind of thing was acceptable, first off. Second off, he was not evil, he just came up with some fucked up shit because the life that he lived was so ungodly bleak. You'd have to live that kind of life to come up with this kind of mind-warped shit.
Would it be a hot take if just because you are racist doesn't mean you're evil?
No.
I can agree with that.
I mean, at least you can change someone's mind, or at least hope to change.
Oh, absolutely. You cannot change the mind of someone like Jimmy Savile. There's no changing that.
Because there's the difference between being racist and being a groomer. Being a groomer is an active choice. Being racist is just being ignorant. It means there is something in your mind that is not fully developed or aware or whatever. But grooming and doing physical actions upon people, that's not your brain being unaware of something. You are fully aware
at that point.
Oh, yeah.
You're fully aware of it, and that it's basically just deliberate. You know it's wrong, but you're gonna do it anyway.
Right. So the notion of someone being racist, making them inherently a bad person, I don't entirely agree with. Now, if they act upon it, they're a monster. Like, do not do that. But if they're just an ignorant person who believes ignorant things because they were just taught ignorance, you're blaming someone for being dumb. Like, I'm not going to blame someone for being dumb. They need to be educated.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess we rambled on already, but I don't know if I fully agree with them taking away H.P. Lovecraft stuff, but at the same time, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes anyway. But either way, I don't know.
I don't agree with it either, because he's like a writer, and whether or not he's a good person or not has no impact on the quality of his work.
Yeah, like he's known as the father of horror. No matter if you could take away all his awards, you will never be able to take away his notoriety. You'll never take away his title.
Well, the example I like to use to make this point with friends of mine in real life is I'll have a picture, right? It's just this nice old looking painting, and I'll say, "All right, pretty looking painting, right? Do you know who painted it?" Like they'll always say it's a pretty looking painting, and I'll say, "Do you know who painted it?" And they'll be like, "No." And then I tell them, Adolf Hitler.
Oh.
Ooh. Whether or not Adolf Hitler is a bad person, that is not even a fucking debate. He's a monster. But regardless, he was an artist who made it. He was an artist who made something that exists outside of him. That painting is just a painting. It is a painting depicting. I think the one I normally use is just a painting depicting. I think it was a hospital. It's just a hospital from like a street level view, and it's just a hospital.
You want to know
something?
something?
That's all it is. Like
you want? Oh, sorry.
But my point is regardless of how awful of a person he is, someone's art can still be good even if they're a bad person, and that applies to literally every artist who has ever existed. So that's why I never get hung up on, people will bring up this writer, this actor, director, whatever, who did some horrible thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's horrible. And then if somebody brings up their work being bad because of it, I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. They're bad. Their art isn't necessarily bad because of that.
And then
Now it's a little different when someone warps their, narrative to suit their really fucked up weird worldview, like someone like J.K. Rowling.
Well, yeah.
Where it's not even consistent with itself, but in most cases, no, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then there's those instances where unfortunately there's a little bit of stuff going on in the art that later when the artist gets outed for dirtbag behavior, it explains a lot of things.
Wonder Woman 84.
Ooh, burn. Well, actually,
what was the other one that I thought of recently? There was something out there.
Was it
the Star Wars The Acolyte?
Bickerman, cough, cough.
Oh fuck no! I can't even bother with that.
No, Star Wars The Acolyte. That's the one because
that
show has a character who undergoes. I'm not even gonna pull punches when I say this. He undergoes an experience that is basically the Star Wars equivalent of being raped. He was violated in every possible way by this witch. His mind permeated, and he, for the rest of his life, for the next 10 years of his life, because he ended up committing suicide, for the next 10 years of his life, he forced himself to isolate from the society because he was too scared of the world after that experience. So there's no way to sort of sugarcoat it. That is basically rape.
Yeah.
But they try to present the witch who committed that horrific action as a victim when she ends up getting killed by the Jedi.
What?
Yeah. And then here's the crazy thing. Do you want to know something insane?
What?
The showrunner was Leslie Headland, the personal assistant of Harvey Weinstein.
Oh no!
What?
Yep.
Oh my! Listen, bro. Can we just wait? When was this made? Was this Miss Kennedy's fucking doing?
Yes.
Of course it was. Fuck her, alright? She sat there and she fucked with the franchise long enough. When is she leaving? That's the only thing I'm waiting for is Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni to take over and fucking
Dave Filoni is an idiot. Do not praise that man. He's a fucking idiot.
Didn't he help make Mandalorian?
Yeah, the Mandalorian's bad.
Why does it get such good ratings?
Because the ratings are stupid and critics are dumb.
I'm at a loss for fucking words. I'm sorry.
Kennedy just needs to leave. She needs to leave.
Kennedy's bad, but Dave Filoni is just as bad. He's bad in basically all the same ways. He's a fucking moron.
Look,
how do you allow?
Going back to the New Year's Eve stream. No, not even New Year's Eve. New Year's Day. I said that Bob Iger is basically just adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Robotnik. Kathleen Kennedy and Jon Favreau, right? Those might as well be scratching ground.
Well, then what about Dave Filoni? What's up with him?
I don't even know who that is.
He's a writer
go ahead.
in Lucasfilm. He's one of the members of the story group who doesn't know what the fuck a story is. My first big hit on YouTube was a video ripping his writing to pieces because, good God, he cannot write for shit.
No, but I'm still hung up on this storyline, The Acolyte, being written by Harvey Weinstein's assistant or showrun, whatever. Just
literally,
it wasn't written by her. She was the showrunner.
Literally, the best part of that show was the guy killing all the other Jedi. That was my favorite part of the show. It's the same thing as the trilogy. My favorite part of the trilogy, or actually, because of Miss Kennedy, my most favorite part out of the entire Star Wars franchise is Order 66, and they were trying to even fuck with that.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry. I know
really
it's horrible, but I know it's horrible. But Order 66 is literally like you watch the trilogy and it all builds up to that. That is the most climactic point in Star Wars history. The disaster and the fallout that you feel from those scenes. It's my favorite part. I'm sorry, it is.
I've been so out of the loop with Star Wars because of all the milking of everything, and I've never been the biggest Star Wars fan, but Disney's constant milking of the franchise, pandering, it's really caused me to not want to watch any more Star Wars, to be honest.
It's fucking cringe.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, and I feel
Bad Batch was pretty good.
No, it's not.
Well, no, when Star Wars was at its peak, it can be amazing quality cinema.
I'm curious, out of all of the Star Wars stuff, I'm curious, what do you view as a good piece of Star Wars?
New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, Andor.
Yeah, I was going to say those three, but even to a certain
the classics.
Even to
an Andor, and season 1 and 2 of Rebels.
I need to see Andor, but actually no, I've seen Andor. Well, to each their own, different strokes, different folks, but I honestly personally found Andor kind of boring.
Have you guys ever seen the 2003
Magma? I think I feel a blood vessel exploding in my head.
Oh no!
I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was just kind of slow for me.
Wait,
I think I feel my skin boiling.
Because of the 2003.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Sorry, I was a little confused. I don't know which one, but yeah, I just normally, out of all the Star Wars films, I think the one Star Wars film that you could watch on its own and be like, oh, is maybe The Empire Strikes Back. But it's a phenomenal movie in its own right, I would say.
Yep, it's only got a few problems, but they're not major.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Apparently, they didn't have a plan with that movie, and it turned out great. Yet they had no plan for the sequel trilogy, and look how well that turned out.
Well, the benefit of Empire Strikes Back is that all it had to do was follow up one movie, right? It just had to continue the character arc for Luke and Leia and Han, and that's it.
Not to mention, with the original trilogy, there was 3 years in between each movie. With the sequel trilogy, there's only 2 years in between each movie.
Even the prequels had 3 years apart, so what the fuck does...
Well, I mean, here's what's even funnier. Here's what's even funnier that a lot of people don't even consider. The sequel trilogy had 2 years between each film, but that's not an entirely accurate portrayal of the picture. Because remember what happened in between each of those films?
Right, Rogue
One and Solo.
So basically, for a period of 5 years, there was a Star Wars film each year.
Oh, I remember that.
That's not healthy. That's really not healthy.
I remember seeing, what was it? I saw The Force Awakens and Rogue One in theaters. I didn't see any of the other movies in theaters, but...
I saw all 3 sequel movies in theaters.
I'm so sorry. But no,
I saw all the sequels and the spin-offs in theaters.
Yeah. It's so sad. I remember when I was in college, I saw all the hate that, The Return of the Jedi, The Last Jedi and fucking Solo got. And I think I remember watching a little bit of Solo on a bus to New York, and I just
Wait, what? Solo leveling? What?
When I was in college, me and some classmates went on a trip to New York City, and on the bus that we were going, they put on Solo, I think. Yeah, Solo. And I just remember glancing at it every now and then and being like, yeah, this isn't for me. But
Solo is my guilty pleasure Star Wars movie. It objectively, it is not a good movie, but I fucking love it.
That's cool. But what's really funny, the funniest thing about all those movies, in my opinion, the fact that Solo originally was going to be directed by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, and I'm like, no offense to them, they are the last people who should handle a serious, well, not serious, but like official Star Wars movie. Like, I don't know why they thought those guys would work. Like, nothing against them, but why them?
I don't know, man. The new Spider-Verse movies have kind of made me think they'd be able to handle Star Wars pretty well if Lucasfilm wasn't run by complete fucking chumps.
The Across the... Oh, wait, are you talking about the making of Across the Spider-Verse films or the Star Wars films?
The Spider-Verse films are what made me think, okay, if these guys were to have directed Solo, then we probably would have gotten something awesome.
Yeah. Who knows how it would have turned out, for sure. But, unfortunately, like, not even with Disney involved, I think, like, how they make Star Wars films, they have to follow a certain pattern, and
it's gotta be on the Disney brand. So basically, getting a director is more of a formality.
Pretty much.
It's just funny because the original trilogy. So George Lucas only directed the first film. Empire Strikes Back was directed by Irvin Kershner, and Return of the Jedi was directed by Richard Marquand. I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah, Richard Marquand.
Yeah. And I don't know what their directing sensibilities led to those films, but I could watch those films and be like, oh, this is like one continuous, straightforward narrative that just happens to have like different artistic sensibilities at play.
Kershner was the best at directing.
Yeah, which is funny. Out of all the movies that Irvin Kershner made, I think that's the only one of his that's like super well known. The only others I can think of, unfortunately, are RoboCop
2.
Yeah, which is
he was brought on because he was Lucas's film professor, but
really,
yeah. But with Empire, I mean, I've studied The Empire Strikes Back when I was in film school. I fucking watched it over and over and over again. Because here's the thing, right? People will always say to get a good view of film, you should watch a bunch of movies. I call bullshit on that. Watch one movie obsessively over and over and over and over and over again, repeatedly. It's just unending. Just so then you can understand every element of how they made it. If you can accurately recreate how shots are made, then there you go. You understand how to make movies. But
before you
Empire Strikes Back, I studied the shit out of that fucking movie's direction. Everything from the types of shots they get, everything to how, like, the lighting plans were the things I focused on the most. Because out of all Star Wars movies, that's like I think one of the few ones that actually uses in-set, like, practicals, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Like, most Star Wars movies don't do that. Return of the Jedi did not do practicals. They just wanted to go with basic overhead studio lighting, which looked ugly as balls. The prequels use the flattest lighting possible because they have so much CGI they have to integrate into each shot, which would make compositing a nightmare if they do anything more complex. And then A New Hope, as much as I love that movie, good God, flattest lighting ever, which makes sense. It was a low-budget film in the 70s. Couldn't really do too much. I mean, The Godfather was like the first real movie to play around with darkness in a major Hollywood picture. But that was just a few years before. Funny enough, Lucas actually helped with editing for that movie. So, random fact for you.
Wait,
that makes sense.
Does anybody have a favorite anime?
George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola were very close friends and business partners back in the day, and
Francis Ford Coppola produced American Graffiti, which George Lucas directed.
Yeah. Well, also,
and George Lucas produced the Francis Ford Coppola movie that starred Michael Jackson called Captain EO that exclusively showed in Disney theme parks.
Oh yeah. Well, and also his studio, Coppola's studio, American Zoetrope, actually produced THX 1138, the first feature-length film that George Lucas ever made.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I think that's his best film ever, honestly.
I haven't seen it.
But no, it's funny you mentioned, just watched one movie. I think you summed up everything you said about you obsessing over, Empire Strikes Back is me with The Incredibles.
Based.
Not only is it a very well-told story, but the way it was made, Brad Bird went out of his way to tell the crew at Pixar, we're doing something different from the studio's usual output, and we'll be putting a lot more time and effort into the world building, the look of the film, and all that stuff. And for the time, these were 2D traditionally drawn characters that just happened to be computer animated. And, maybe they don't look as convincing as stuff nowadays, but for the time, that was really revolutionary. And on top of that, given how I would argue that Brad Bird is one of the most playful filmmakers out there. Mm-hmm. The way he executes scenes and shots and all that stuff, you notice it not only in The Incredibles, but Ratatouille, Iron Giant, even Mission Impossible 4. It's wow, this is someone who really understands the unlimited possibility of not only filmmaking but animation, and just putting it to so much just having so much fun with it, and realizing, oh, I can move the camera here and not just keep it stabilized. Oh, why not have these characters go in this direction and that direction, et cetera, et cetera. Just so much, I'm always discovering new things about that movie, and it's just
speaking of sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's just endlessly fascinating all the time,
Right. And if I remember right, I found a comment on that scene from where Dean offers Hogarth some coffee, and Hogarth is just going on his on his little rant. I think Brad wanted to animate that himself.
Oh, he did. He did animate that scene.
You have the cells for the machine.
So I'm sure you guys have heard of the Brad Bird film Tomorrowland.
Yeah.
Which is easily his worst film, but you
know what's funny with that movie?
What?
The guy I talked to, Jim Burkett, he's the guy who actually pitched that to Disney. But instead of the very downer, sort of dreary vibe the studio went with, he pitched it as a very lighthearted Jetson-style 50s action adventure comedy.
Huh. Interesting. That would have been perfect for Brad Bird. I don't know why. I don't know why they ended up going that way.
Because Disney wants to be seen as very serious, guys. They're serious.
I mean, even the idea of the final movie isn't a bad one, but when you have that other idea, it's and now that I think about it, wouldn't a studio prefer that over something that's more dark and dreary? No, this was the era when the Dark Knight trilogy dominated everything. Never mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can also put some blame on, weirdly enough, Pirates of the Caribbean as well. Disney was really desperate to make everything they made in live action as impactful and as big as Pirates of the Caribbean. They wanted another blockbuster.
I noticed how the majority of movie companies, they just take older stories and rehash them. It's because companies do not like taking risks, especially big brand companies, because they're always looking forward to raise their quota, especially for the year. They cannot, for some reason, they cannot fathom going down in terms of their investors. The moment that they start going down, it's
investors were a fucking mistake.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find the quote.
Well,
thank you, Henry Ford.
Because if you don't have investors, where are you going to pull the money from?
Yeah.
But the problem is that built their projections on infinitely rising profits, and that's just not how real life works.
Yeah, it's completely unsustainable.
So, actually, to add into that, this is a quote from animation historian Devin Baxter, and I think this entire Facebook post he says it perfectly. This is what he said. On a train ride back from college, a former marketing guy that was in the film business sat next to me. He and I got to chit-chatting about the current climate of films. What's up with all the blockbusters? Why are all these IPs? There's plenty of original ideas that should get a wider release. His response was, Hollywood doesn't play to win. They play to not lose.
Yeah.
Summed it up perfectly.
Well, honestly, with all the new, honestly, they're shooting themselves in the foot at this point. It's been a long time coming, but finally we have like indie studios popping up out of nowhere who are picking up traction.
Oh yeah.
So I'm trying to get a part of that, but it's a little hard right now given the economy.
And I'm mad that Dipsy Pop is basically the face of it when her writing and world building is just so dog water awful.
There is hope. There is.
No, I don't think she's that bad. I will say, as the chief defender of Dipsy Pop, chief defender, I mean the person who'll give her like a 6 out of 10.
Dipsy Pop is not that bad. She's a fucking dream story as to what could be accomplished for an indie studio.
Yeah,
she's not that bad, and also too, it gives a lot of hope in the sense that she quite literally has no training in that field, in the field of telling stories.
Oh,
the fact that she gets a 6 out of 10 on Hazbin Hotel, honestly, I consider that a win. That's pretty impressive.
Can I give a hot take?
That's her first thing ever. Like,
can I give a hot take?
Sure.
I think 6 out of 10s are just as beneficial as 9 and 10 out of 10s.
Honestly, I don't think that she cares what ratings is given to her, because her merch line sells out all the time.
She's rich.
No. She's rich as fuck.
I think,
but disregarding wealth, I still think she's a okay writer.
Well, so no. So, but before you guys continue, remember this: the creator of what was it called, The Amazing Digital Circus, turned down. Yeah, she turned down an offer to make like a full-on series for like Amazon because she just wants to do her own thing. Now that show is on fucking Netflix. Let that sink in. There is still hope. The guys who made Hundreds of Beavers made that movie on $150,000, and it looks like it was made for far more than that.
Yeah. This is what happens when you let indie studios, when you let creatives create. When you sit there and instead of sitting there trying to eat each other alive, when you get a ton of creatives who actually pull together with the talent and the hard work, suddenly you're making legends, and suddenly your studio is fucking legendary.
That's the thing. This is all just history repeating itself. This is the same shit that happened with fucking Spielberg, Lucas, Cameron, Coppola, Martin Scorsese, like all these people. It's that generation of directors happening again these days.
Yep. We are getting it ever so more. If the new Hollywood era from the 70s taught us anything, there will always be changes for the better when we least expect it.
Yeah, because people get sick and tired of the same repetitive shit over and over and over again.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you this much. I never felt so relieved watching Robot Dreams because I remembered, yes, there is beauty within the eye of the beholder if you just go outside your fucking comfort zone once in a while. Anyway.
I'm a blockbuster guy, so what breaks my heart is the fact that most blockbusters are shit these days. Like, I need big movies. I need explosions.
They killed Blockbuster a hot minute ago.
Yeah.
Blockbuster died. There's no such thing as a Blockbuster no more.
Keep this in mind, though. People did criticize back in the day. Well, I don't know if it was as big back then, but like, a lot of people
were annoyed and actually kind of mad that the blockbuster that Steven Spielberg kind of started with like Jaws and George Lucas did to an extent with Star Wars, they were mad back in the day that those were getting more attention than like, you know, personal stories. So there's always going to be the detractors for that stuff, no matter what.
Oh, for sure.
Speaking of,
I think it's childish because you know you can have blockbusters that are, you know, small scale personal stories. I mean, Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a really good example of that.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Speaking of top stories, have you guys heard of Solo Leveling?
Solo Leveling?
Yeah, that's currently the #1 anime, not only in America but also in Europe right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like selling out everywhere. It's crazy.
What's it about?
And on that note, I'm gonna go to bed because I have people to kill in my dreams.
Something tells me that you're a Durst dreamer.
Crucify King.
Just a little bit evil.
It's okay.
Good night, nerds.
Good night.
Good night.
See ya.
See ya.
I like him.
Yeah, he's cool.
Hey.
He's able to give very dissenting views while still having you agree with him. Anyway.
Well, he's smart, but he's also humble enough not to like act as if he knows everything. Like he seems very humble.
Oh, absolutely, very humble guy.
Yep.
Anyway, you were saying?
Solo Leveling is fucking fire. It's my favorite anime of all fucking time, and it will forever be my favorite anime of all fucking time.
You know what? I might check it out.
Huh? Yeah, no, it's I'm telling you, it's fire, dude. We're talking characters, 10 out of 10. Artwork, 10 out of 10. Story design, 10 out of 10. Voice acting is, oh my god, 10 out of 10. Bro, it's just back to back to back, W after W, and the episodes and the pacing, it does not stop.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm looking at one of the images. Wasn't one of these images used in the announcement server channel?
Depends. Am I the one that posted it?
Let me take a look at the.
Maybe. Let me look. Actually, it's been a minute.
Oh, yeah, I used that as a GIF. That big creepy smile. Someone in India. So people kept on parking in front of this dude's garage, right? And he said, "Hey, do not park here." He left a sign. Nobody listened. So what he did was he painted that smile on there and said, "Please do not park here." Everybody looked at that, and nobody even touched that parking spot since. Do you guys wanna check? I mean, are we doing anything? Or do you guys want to check that out? I could show you at least like the first 2 episodes.
I think since it's getting a little late, maybe we'll save that for another night. But sure, fuck it. Let's definitely watch it sometime.
Yeah, we could do a watch party some other time. Problem is that, you know, working the schedule that I do at retail, that's gonna be a little tricky because I can only stream on. Well, I can only really do anything on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
What about Saturdays?
Dude, I'm working.
Well, this is your schedule for now. It could change in the future.
Yeah.
You said
God,
Thursday?
I need a geology job.
Yes, you do. Homie, you need a 9 to 5 Monday through Friday job.
Yep.
Fuck that.
You said you could only do things Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Look. The thing is that you know, that short gig in Alaska with the mining company, I actually missed getting up at like 5 o'clock in the morning just to, you know, get shit done.
Yeah.
And then and then that was basically, you know, 12-hour work day, start at 7 in the morning, didn't get done until 7 o'clock in the evening, and, you know, because this is summertime in Alaska going into fall in Alaska, we actually got to watch how much shorter the days got.
Wow.
Like, at the start of that season, it didn't get dark until like 2 in the fucking morning, and then right at 4 in the morning, boom, sun's right back up.
Damn.
And then by the end, it's pretty much a regular, 7 o'clock comes around, oh, there's the sun. By the time 8 o'clock at night rolls around, oh, goodbye, sun.
So, to explain the story, right, it's basically set in a world where it's modern day reality, right, except out of nowhere there are these gates that have opened up that lead to, like, these dungeons, and these dungeons are full of monsters, and people in our reality have awakened abilities to combat this threat, right? And so conventional weapons do not work on them. They are completely immune to guns, tanks, whatever have you. Whatever technology we could throw at them, it does not work. The only thing that works is the gear and stuff that comes from these dungeons and the powers that you've awakened within this reality, right? So people go into these dungeons, they fight these monsters, and then they come back with all this gear and all these stones and all this shit for like money. And you're not able to, it's not possible to just leave the dungeons alone, because if you leave them alone, a week later, the dungeon will actually break open and the monsters will be allowed to come outside. And not everybody has powers, they're still normal people. So, the story basically takes place where the thing is that once you awaken your powers, however powerful you are in that moment, that's it. No amount of training will increase your power.
Oh, wow.
So, in this world, we find ourselves with the main character who is labeled as an E-rank hunter, who is literally one of the weakest, if not the weakest hunter in the community, right? He's pretty much a civilian going into these dungeons trying to make a living, right? And, so eventually, and so a ton of shit happens, right? People die, and he basically gets put in a situation where he is, where basically he becomes a player within the game. He's labeled as a player compared to everybody else. And he earns the ability to level up, which helps increase his stats and stuff. So he is quite literally the only person in the world that can level up his stats. But the thing is that if he doesn't level up his stats, so like in the beginning, right, he does like this exercise regime, and if he doesn't do the exercise regime, he receives what's called a penalty quest, where he gets teleported to a world where he has to survive for 4 hours surrounded by a bunch of gigantic centipede monsters who try to eat him.
Wow.
Like, it's pretty gnarly.
What streaming service do you know that it's on?
Crunchyroll, but if you guys want, we can schedule a day and I'll let you guys watch it for free.
Sure. We'll work something out. I am gonna go to bed now, but make no mistake, this was a great call. I look forward to re-listening to it when it's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the brand spanking new streaming channel. Had to fucking wrestle with YouTube for about an hour to get it online, but...
Well, I think it's a pretty good channel so far. Alright. I'll bid y'all adieu. Maybe I'll be in tomorrow night's stream, but yeah, just have a good rest of y'all's night.
Alrighty.
Have a good night.
You know what to do.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Sorry, this thing's a little weird. Okay.
Dark eco in the glaciers?
Oh my.
That conversation was perfectly timed.
Oh, blah.
Blah! I am in my natural element in this level.
I'm just trying to survive the cold.
Yeah. I don't mind
It's freezing too.
I don't mind
Freezing here
snow.
too.
I don't mind snow, but when the air gets replaced with frozen razor blades, yeah, I want to have a fucking word.
It's -3 where I'm at.
Exactly, it's -27 here because they have Arctic. We had like an Arctic front that came over and froze us over. I think that it's evident that whatever we did to the Earth, it's gonna freeze in the entirety of America over one day.
Lurker troops in the mountains.
Yeah.
We've got
But
it.
it's too late to fix it now.
Fuck.
Damn. Remember when we were all worried about CFCs eating a hole in the ozone because the fucking 80s and their giant hair requiring gallons of hairspray?
We've got to save the other sages.
Yeah.
God damn, I remember when Super Saiyan 3 hair was a thing.
Malfunctioning. I'll try to work on it and get it running again. Hey guys, by my calculations, it's going to take.
Ty's a fucking cringe. I need to isolate a GIF of some of the Jak and Daxter death animations. That way I can have my own personal dies of cringe GIF to use as a reaction.
I'm at the point where I'm just done with cringe. If I see cringe, I smack the fuck out of somebody. Like, that's just really how it is. I'm tired of cringe. Like, can we just... I'm sorry, I'm a furry. I deal with that on the daily. Like, I can't tell you how many furries I've had to smack the shit out of and be like, no, stop that. No maid outfit. No. You don't pull it off. You don't. You just don't. It was like, look, can we just indulge in the awesome for a little while?
Yeah.
You know, where were the heavy on-set anime fights? Where's the story with the depths into it? Where's the characters that I can remember the names of?
If I gotta fucking do it myself, I will.
Exactly. Like, also, what is this about hearing about you trying to make a movie? What?
Well, not literally, but...
Oh. Because people were seeming pretty hype. I was like, wait, what? How come I haven't heard of this?
Oh no, we were just throwing around ideas for projects, and I said that if I have to make the Snow Queen movie that Disney never gave us, you know, the one that was first in development during the 50s before it got shelved indefinitely. And then it became Frozen. Fuck Frozen.
I honestly don't think that Frozen is really that bad compared to some of their other more cringy works. Like She-Hulk.
Ugh.
That's gotta be one of the most cringiest works I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that post-credit scene with all the quote-unquote dancing, you look up the definition of cringe in the dictionary, it's right there.
But no, ever since I saw that solo leveling anime that I told you guys about, I've been like hella inspired to do the workouts that he did. It was crazy.
Nice.
Doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. I don't know how I'm gonna do the run, but I've got a bike, so it's good enough.
Fair enough. And I don't know. I can't say from personal experience, but if you decide to get some swimming in on that regimen, yeah, you can kiss running goodbye.
Why?
Because your legs get so acclimated to being in basically a low gravity, high resistance environment that you just don't know how to run.
Honestly, I didn't think of that. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. You said swimming?
Yeah, swimming. We have 420 power. We have 420 precursor orbs. I am very funny.
Are you okay, Kiara? Kiara, are you okay?
Sorry, Kiara's been meowing. Just gotta make sure she's not having a digestive emergency. Oh, not on the rug.
You okay?
I think she's gonna be okay.
Not done yet.
Bro, has anybody here heard of Helldivers?
Yeah.
No.
Bro, that game is cinema. That game has so many cinematic movie moments, it's ridiculous.
Okay, Kiara? You okay now? I think she's okay now. Come in. Come in.
Poor kitty girl. You've been throwing up a lot lately. Yeah, poor girl been throwing up a lot. And of course she's gonna rub her face on my laptop, as cats do.
As they do.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody's even seen a gem this size. Hey, Gordy, I think we got visitors. You think, Willard? Howdy, strangers. Passing through? Us too. Well, we gotta be moving on. Nothing to see here. I thought you said this was a priceless gem worth... Willard!
Actually, we want power cells, not gems.
We got 4 of them. You want them? What Birdbrain here is trying to say is, we may have a few power cells laying around, and we might be willing to part with them for 90 orbs each.
Where have I heard that before? Hey, how do you two geniuses expect to get that big gem out of here anyway?
Well, smarty pants, we got 12 more years of digging to figure that out. Gordy, wouldn't it take less time if you dug too? Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those orbs of yours. Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those orbs of yours.
I'm going to exhaust your supply of power cells. And the music's not gonna play. Okay. That happened.
Oh, all right already. Here's a power cell for those orbs of yours. Oh, yeah, I got it this time. Here's a power cell. Yeah, what he said. That's it. You cleaned us out. No more power cells.
I fucking love this game.
Are they going to be creating another one?
Nope. If there's gonna be a proper Jak 4, it's gonna have to be left up to the fans.
I've reactivated the gondola. It can take you to Snowy Mountain. Use it whenever you want.
But no, the Open Goal project, the whole reason, I think I said this earlier in this call, but they decided to... But some mad lads started a project called Open Goal in 2020, and all it does is they're going through the original code that the games run on, and they're detangling it, decompiling it all. That way, they can build from scratch a native PC port of the Jak and Daxter games.
That's cool.
Yeah, so currently Precursor Legacy is stable, it's pretty much complete. Jak 2 is still in, well, it's playable, but it's in beta status, so there are going to be a couple of bugs here and there. And then Jak 3 is still in development. In fact, last I checked the figures, like over 900, like 980 files had finished decompilation, and they still have like 28 files left to go. Hang on, let me turn on a setting. Graphic options. Frame rate. Ooh, maybe it's in game options. Let's go to miscellaneous, and let's turn that on.
So what days do you have off? I forgot.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays, gotcha.
Okay, this should help the little bastards stand out from all the stuff. Cause remember the New Year's Eve stream, I was looking for that damn last Precursor ore. And see, the thing is too that if you go to Open Goal's website, they even have sections of that website dedicated to showing you, hey, here's how this code works, and you can learn how to read that code. You can learn how to do all sorts of stuff with that code. So I think it's really neat.
Wait, what is it? It's a coding site?
Yeah, it basically details the entire, Okay, so going from the Crash games and into the Jak and Daxter series, Andy Gavin the developers wanted to make a game whose main goal was to have it so that you could walk on foot from the very beginning level to the final boss without seeing a single loading screen. So Andy Gavin came up with a custom coding language called GOAL. It stands for Game Oriented Assembly Lisp, and Lisp is a type of programming language. I think if I'm understanding the Wikipedia entry right, it's just like a really juiced up version of C or C++.
Yeah. Dude, I fucking... But when I get done with the semester, I'm gonna be so cranked out on coding for sure. Like already, I've finished the first, well, I quote unquote finished the first assignment. Was it today, Monday? No, today's Wednesday, so yesterday, yeah.
Well, it's now Wednesday where you're at. It's still Tuesday where I'm at.
What the fuck? Where are you at?
Wyoming.
Oh, that's right. You have like 15 minutes. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Time zones are fun.
They can be. I'm fortunate enough to be in the same time zone as a few of my friends.
Nice.
And the guy that I'm into.
Nice.
I think that... Yeah, fuck coding. That's really what that is. My eyes fucking hurt by the time I'm done with the TV or done with the computer screen.
That's why you schedule breaks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have a choice on that. So what do you say I schedule like a binge watch on Tuesdays? Or not on Tuesday, on Tuesday.
The next available Tuesday?
Yeah.
I'm still doing Jak and Daxter January.
January's over by the time next Tuesday happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
7 days from now?
Next Tuesday is the 28th.
Okay, never mind.
So the 28th and the 29th will... Okay, they won't be the last Jak-related streams I'll do ever, but at least, you know, once the month is up, wrap it up, pack it in. Take a break from Jak and do something else.
Would you like me to stream then?
Maybe the first Tuesday or Wednesday of February, we can arrange for that.
Okay.
I mean, I did say that I was experimenting with streaming more, so... But then again, I don't think we could do a live stream without getting dinged by fucking... What's it called?
Oh,
YouTube?
no. I wasn't sitting there talking about doing a YouTube stream or a Twitch stream or anything like that. No, I'm just talking about just a casual Discord stream, you know? Bring some popcorn, some soda, a burger, something, and then just everybody just chill.
Yeah.
Because I have a workaround for, like, you know how Crunchyroll tends to blacken your screen if you try to stream to somebody?
Ooh.
I have a workaround for that, so we can watch free anime. Yeah, just pick a day and we'll just chill. We just won't worry about anything. Just forget about our troubles for the day.
That cat has decided to paw a piece of paper. So annoying. And I still did not finish that digital painting. I still need to.
Why?
Because...
Why? I thought that was a selling point.
I'm just bringing it up, man.
Oh, okay.
fuck your Aurora Borealis. Okay, that's capped off. Lovely.
That sounded so evil.
What did?
That little laugh, that sounded like an evil little midget.
I was just laughing a little something.
It was great. I was just saying it sounded really cool.
Gonna sound like a total geek. I was watching the trailer for Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. I was laughing at the moment they showed Hermione punching Malfoy in the face.
Damn.
By the way, I know the C wrote this up a while back. I may be an adult, and I may still have an admiration for Harry Potter, despite how much of a, just say,
yeah.
I'm trying to find the right words. By how much of a fool J.K. Rowling made of herself.
I was gonna say, you could
But
just call her a tool.
But I'm not obsessed. I don't treat it like it's the only thing to talk about in life. I'm just kind of riding a high right now because I just watched the movies again a few weeks ago. And I played through all the games again.
Nice.
Like they have a game for each movie.
Nice.
But it seems like unless you're talking about the books, you'll inevitably butt heads with somebody on the other adaptations, whether it's the movies or the games. Like I said with the movies, people get mad because they don't include everything.
Right.
Obviously, I know not all the changes were good, but these are people who treat all changes like they're bad changes. He has since privatized them. But when Dominic Noble did his Harry Potter-a-thon, he treated the books like they were the pinnacle of children's literature. And of course, he was praising J.K. Rowling to no end, and acted like the movies just bastardized her work. Like even the earlier movies, which were the most faithful ones, he still didn't like them. Just because, one, directors were implementing their own vision on the franchise, and two, again, they didn't have everything.
Right. Kiara, are you okay over there?
And with the games, people act like the first three were the only good ones. And they don't like the fourth one because it did something different. Like the gameplay is It wasn't even a gradual transition. The gameplay for the fourth one just was completely different. Like, you don't get to do free roaming around Hogwarts. It's a linear level by level gameplay. And apparently that's a bad thing. Then, of course, Order of the Phoenix and Half-Blood Prince, they both had the free roaming aspect brought back. But some people were just like, it was too little, too late.
I guess also gameplay can change to suit. I don't know. There are still some people out there that claim that the second Jak and Daxter game, or anything after the Precursor Legacy, is just not worth your time because, they introduced Grand Theft Auto elements into it. Which, bro, they were trying to account for something they literally had no control over. And that being that, yes, I like Jak and Daxter being a collectathon, but the development of Jak 2, like, Jak 1 came out at a time where the video game industry was shifting toward Grand Theft Auto style games. So they tried their best to take the Jak formula and tailor it to better suit the changing market. And then something notable with Jak 3 and I've mostly been double-checking, cross-referencing with just the cutscenes, because I also want to try and get this villains video out done by the end of the month.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my bowl of Reese's Puffs calls. I will catch you guys later.
Invite him.
What?
Invite him into the server.
I mean, I could talk to him about it, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you want to.
He's already got a ton of friends, so, but, I mean, I could try and talk to him about it, see if he'd like.
Okay. Yeah.
Take care.
I am going to do the Hank Hill voice every time he says that. And no one can stop me.
And they don't have to. Or nor they should. Anyway, that whole changing gameplay spiel.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, the story for Goblet of Fire wouldn't have really worked if they did the free roam thing like the previous 3 games.
Right.
Then again, those ones did come up with new lessons that come to play later, instead of just using the ones from the book. So maybe they could have done something like that with Goblet of Fire, but honestly, Harry wasn't even really putting emphasis on his lessons that year. It was the Triwizard Tournament.
Yeah. Once the tournament takes precedent, everyone just goes, yeah, to heck with studying, no one really cares. If I'm remembering right, I think the teachers didn't really give as much of a fuck that year about classes because they realized, oh yeah, the tournament. Students are going to be far more interested in what's going on with the tournament than their actual studies, so I'll allow it.
I mean, that was kind of the case, but they still did their classes. Now, obviously, the movies don't show all the classes because, well, sometimes a lot of them just can easily be written out.
Yeah.
Because obviously the movies can't include everything. They have to accommodate with their shorter run times.
Mm-hmm.
Something else Dominic Noble brought up in his run-through. The movies just couldn't leave anything else because they all have a payoff one way or another.
I think a lesson that Lemony Snicket's series of unfortunate events, the book series, I think one of the lessons it was trying to teach is that unfortunately there are some things that don't get resolved all nice and neat. Some things unfortunately don't have a full resolution. So
that's true. Although I would argue that's a completely different series, but then I would sound just like I'm missing the point. Dominic Noble didn't like that series either. Less so because he thought thought the adaptations just really sold the source material short, but more so, he's just not a fan of it. Never was in the first place. Anyway, I think another reason people... Go ahead.
I'm just getting mad at all these lurking rabbits. Fucking A.
Yeah, you don't like those endless enemies, especially when they're small and fast.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a trope called goddamn bats.
Yep. And in the second Jak game, that honor goes to the fucking precursor, not the Crimson Guards. I have been really getting myself acquainted with the first game a little bit more because I didn't even get my hands on the other Jak games until high school.
You know, I was gonna say another reason I saw brought up why people don't like the Harry Potter games past the third one. It's a frankly stupid one if you ask me. Because they visually started to look more like the movies.
Oh.
Instead of the more stylized looks of the previous three. And they also started using cast members. Like I said, I think that's just a dumb argument.
Yeah.
Doesn't really say anything about the gameplay quality. Oh, by the way, I have a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the game for the PS2.
Nice.
I don't know if I've said this before, but that was not cheap.
Wow. Are the games just that rare nowadays, or?
Well, some of them are. For the Philosopher's Stone for the PS2, as well as the Xbox and GameCube. It's like still full price to this day. And I don't even know why. Objectively, it's just not a good game. Like, I mean, it plays fine, but it has a bunch of glitches, and for some reason, the highest percentage you can get is 88. You cannot get 100.
Bruh.
And then, if you want to get the later games on an HD console, like the Xbox 360 or the PS3, they're pretty much still full priced.
Damn.
Maybe you'll be lucky to find one cheaper. Heck, it's not just with those. Any game you try to get on the PS3 is still pricey.
Yeah. Yeah. I think another factor... No, I think the main factor in why the PS3 at launch was so expensive is just because the Blu-ray technology was brand new and expensive as hell. Because it was a little tricky to work with.
That may sound ridiculous today, but it was a big deal at the time, so you have a point. Because and I can't believe I could actually say, I remember when Blu-ray was new. Like, I initially had Toy Story 3 the game on the Wii, but I remembered seeing in the commercials you could play as Zurg on the PS3 version, and only that one. So I had like this lifelong mission to get that version. And I did, and the game was like $25, which doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, that's basically bargain. That's basically bargain bin pricing at this point, isn't it?
Yeah. It just sounds like a lot because I hardly have any money in my pocket.
Naughty Dog saw the chocobos and said, "Oh, you have a chocobo? Well, I raise you to Flut. Isn't it adorable?"
I don't even want to know how much it cost when it first came out.
Probably about that much.
And the Wii and PS3 versions, they don't play too differently from each other. Although the PS3 version looks better. I don't like doing platforming like that. Especially because I always accidentally, like, lurch to one side too much.
Yeah, I think that also, depends on the game's controls as well. Like, if you have something just really nice and tight for controls, then usually you'll have a much better time.
Since I brought it up, Toy Story 3 was like that. It was in the level that was based on the scene where Woody was brought to Boddy's house for the first time. And of course, to make it like a game, everything Boddy was imagining was pretty much real.
Yep.
there was platforming similar to this, as well as sliding along rails and wall jumping.
Is this a Toy Story game or a Sonic game? Or did the developers of this game just decide, hey, what if we had some Sonic-like levels in a Toy Story game?
It was mostly like that for that level. It's not like they were all different, it's just that one kind of stood out for the most with its platforming. As well as the level based on the part where they're at the dump.
Yeah.
Where in that one you kind of have to race against the clock. You know the opening to Toy Story 2? Where it looks like Buzz is going into Zurg's lair, but it turns out it was just a video game.
Yeah.
Well, that's a level in this game too.
Honestly,
and it's not even a bonus.
That was one of the coolest openings to a film when I was a kid.
Oh yeah. You know what else? It's not even like a bonus level. It's part of the story. And you have to admit, you always wondered what it would be like to play that game.
Yeah.
Now you do. The thing is, though, if you were playing the game on the PS3, Xbox 360, Wii, and PC, there's only like 8 story levels overall. They mostly streamlined it for the toy box feature.
Yeah.
So if you wanted like a complete story, you play it on the PSP or the PS2.
Nice.
Yes, they put out a PS2 game in 2010.
Yeah, that's the version that I played.
Oh, you played it?
Uh-huh. I don't remember if I beat the campaign, though. Pretty sure I did. I don't know, with licensed games, for me, it's just, do they show up and do they do what they set out to do? Yep, okay.
Yeah, I have a lot of licensed games. Mostly I just like collecting things based on my favorite IPs.
That's fair.
Like I said, I have all the Harry Potter games. Because I have all the books and I have all the movies. As well as a lot of merchandise. I also have all the... Okay, not all of them, because a lot of them are not just full price, but interest. Spider-Man.
Yeah. So we talk a lot about, games and movies and video games, but, like, what about other collectibles? Like statues and figures? Because, man, if there's one thing that's frustrating about being a Jak and Daxter fan, is that figures and other collectibles like that either don't exist, or they are so stupidly rare and hard to obtain that it's almost like those little figures are mocking you. They will forever evade you. And all you can do is just sit there and think about it.
I know. Like, I have this mindset, like, I have to buy it now or else someone else will. Even if I can't afford it right now.
It's like SpongeBob.
Which is like
SpongeBob when presented with a jug of water. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it!
Well, at least for him, it was survival.
Yeah.
I just have, like, an addiction.
Yep.
Because I'm like I said, I'm like, I have to get this before someone else does. You know, it's like in the Lorax, the animated TV special, where he was having his little conversation with himself. Where he's like acknowledging he's knowing what he's doing is wrong, but he's also like, if I didn't do it, someone else would.
Yeah. Man, the 70s short film was so good.
Yeah. So much so, people say that's the definitive version of the story. Even more so than the book. Because it adds the bit where the Onceler asks the Lorax, should I, like, shut down my factory and lay off a bunch of workers? And Lorax is like, I see your point, but I wouldn't know the answer.
Yep.
Crazy, you feel more for the Onceler where you don't see his face compared to the one where you do.
Yeah.
I know we talked shit about Doug Walker a lot, but he kind of brought up a lot of good points with his Lorax review.
Yeah. And like, I can only dog on those for so long because he did make some legitimately good points. It's just so frustrating that he then proceeds to shoot himself in the foot in future reviews.
Yeah.
Like, he basically displays that, yes, he is capable of critically thinking about a film, and, you know, bringing up legit points, but then, nah, it just gets lost in the sauce of nostalgia man funny. Nostalgia man ain't that funny. Got all those damn precursor groups. As that one bug catcher in Pokemon Red and Blue said, done like dinner. Now we just gotta find that damn last Scoutfly. There's a red box someplace, and we are going to find it. And I'm basically gonna fall off the ledge if I go that way. And of course, every time I say I want it to be winter,
something really teary at the funeral, like
want it to be summer again.
but I say that, man, I really wish it was actually winter right now. Like this entire level is what I mean. Lots of snow. Because snow is really cool. It's nice to just watch it. It's nice to just watch it come down all nice and fluffy. Giant snowflakes. As everything just gets blanketed and just goes quiet. And, you know, bonus points too, if I can go to a hot spring while it's nice and snowy.
Oh, that sounds nice.
And where is the scout flag? Where is it?
Within its flame, the answers reside. You can gain my...
I think that might just be OBS's way of telling me, hey, it's 12:30. Go the fuck to bed.
$2:25 where I'm at.
Oh, damn.
Not even 11:30 where I'm at. Going to bed?
Well, not yet. Oh, wait. Gotta grab that one precursor cell, power cell. Man, I am just so Jak and Daxter brained that by the time Jak and Daxter January is over, I won't be able to think properly. Next thing you know, if I need to go in and you know, get any kind of services done where they'll give you a quote for, you know, how much it's gonna cost just to get this particular job, goddamn precursor works.
You ever had a dream where you met someone you looked up to?
What's that?
You ever had a dream where you've met someone that you look up to?
I think I mentioned this in another stream that as goofy as it sounds, I have dreamed that not only am I married to 2D from Gorillas, but we have a couple of kids. So, those ones are nice.
Wait, you mentioned another mentioned another stream. That means I asked it before, didn't I?
Yeah, but as for As for meeting anyone that's inspired me... Oh yeah, there was one dream that I had where it was at some weird convention. It was held at, like, this hybrid space museum and aquarium, and Jason Griffith, one of the previous voice actors for Sonic, was there. He seemed like a pretty cool dude.
If you're really stupid, I already asked. I totally forgot.
I have gotten ideas for how to retool one of my projects in a dream. I was looking for a good replacement villain for, you know, because the original, I guess the original framework of that project was going to be a crossover in addition to Superhero AU, and that was just way too much stuff to keep track of, so I thought, okay, I gotta come up with a new villain. And my subconscious must have overheard this. It's like, okay, hear me out. What if Sedusa from the Powerpuff Girls and Paula Cracker, the former guitarist of Gorillaz, teamed up? And there was some kind of fusion between the two. And my thought was, oh my god, Brain, you are a fucking genius. And she has a whip that's a literal living snake.
That sounds cool.
Not today, spider.
I don't like spiders.
And here we are in a whole cave of them.
Maybe you can shoot better if you aim through your goggles.
Stupid bugs. Didn't fall in the dark eco that time.
Lucky.
Yep. I almost fell into the abyss.
Oh, and then you did.
Yep. Butch Hartman humor. Well, it's just about 1:45 over here. Perhaps I should go to bed.
Oh, man. Yeah, probably should.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I gotta charge my phone.
Yeah.
Oh. Good way to end it.
Yeah. By dying.
Just leaving it like you go.
Is that how everything ends?
Yeah. Alright, so apparently the streaming runs pretty well on YouTube. Granted, it kind of struggles in some areas, so I'll probably have this in the background while I do other things tomorrow. You know, just kind of assess if you know, just assess how well YouTube does for streaming. Because I did say that I was going to get the secondary channel primed for streaming. That way, you know, a little bit more flexibility if no one wants to watch on Twitch. Okay, well, there's a YouTube channel right there. Okay. And the email tied to my main is a little bit convoluted to get to, so... So, yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Same time tomorrow,
Okay.
about 7 p.m. Party gets started. Maybe give or take a couple minutes because YouTube is dumb.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, good night, guys.
Good night.
Nice talking to you again.
Nice talking to you.
Nice talking, guy.